we'll be looking at gas a bit more holistically with some of the players across the entire value chain of the gas business. So we're hoping that our panelists will be zeroing in on practical solutions for de-risking energy investments in Africa, including blended finance, public-private partnerships, and green bonds. We're hoping that they will be addressing the challenges of currency volatility, regulatory risk, and geopolitical considerations, while identifying opportunities to build confidence and boost capital inflows in Africa's energy future. The gas revolution will take center stage. Is going to go back to back. It will be a series of presentations before we get to scaling LNG exports following the gas. And then, of course, we'll move on to a second panel session on domestic gas utilization, powering Africa's industrial future. But we'll then close, lunch. We'll then close and return after lunch to do the official closing ceremony. Official closing ceremony, we're hoping between 2 and 3 that would happen. And at 7 p.m., the Africa Reef concert to close the year's summit will start. I want to appeal to all of our speakers today. Yesterday we began on time and lost quite a bit of time. Please, I know the time allotted most times is never enough. You know, who here has gone to Sarah Week before? Sarah Week in Houston. Sarah Week. You go to Sarah Week, right? You see the sessions in Sarah Week. You know they have 4 plenary sessions, right? Each of those 4 places, how many minutes do they last maximum? 40. That's it, 40. And it's like clockwork. 40 minutes after the session ends, the next session starts. It runs from 7 in the morning to about 9 in the night. Clockwork. We need to replicate that kind of time management here. So I'm appealing to all of my speakers today, moderators, speakers, please stick to the time that will be allotted to you today. We'll greatly appreciate it. Please. All right, let the conversation begin. Again, I'm making a very passionate appeal to all moderators and speakers today. Kindly keep to the time that will be allotted to you. Let's welcome now the Chief Executive Officer, Walter Smith Petroman Oil Limited. He is on our panel, Mr. Oladapo Filani. Please, a round of applause as he takes his seat. No, yeah, the second one to the moderator's seats. Exactly. Managing Director, Owando Energy Resources is here. Let's welcome Dr. Ainoje Alex Irune. You're welcome. Yes, please go ahead. Yes. Next to Dr. there. Thank you. Also on our panel is founding partner Gentile Capital Partners. Let's welcome Mr. Olumide Ogufowora. Thank you. Please a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much. Also on our panel is Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Akufai Capital and Equities LLC. Let's welcome Dr. Ali Gaba. You're welcome. Executive Director and Chief Financial Officer, ESO Exploration and Production Nigeria Limited is here. Let's welcome Mr. Oluwafemi Ogumbi. A round of applause. Okay, to do the moderation for us was supposed to be the chairman of Africa Energy Chamber, but he's still stuck at the IP Week in London, and therefore the Anchor Channels Television will be stepping in. Let's welcome Mr. Olu Phillips. A round of applause, please. Thank you. All right, Olu, you know the deal. The show is yours.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Okay, I got it right this time. Okay. So let's get this started. The gentlemen you see here, running through the resume of portfolio of what they've done, clearly successful people in their own rights, financiers, I have across here financiers, and those who have also made a mark in the pursuit, earning them a seat here for the conversation around strategic financing, projects, winning projects, hedging, risk, de-risking, and being able to have 12 to 18 months landmark project they've won there when they took over Ajip assets. So let's get the conversation started. I have, to the extreme, I have Femi, I have Ali, I have Mr. Olu. Alex. Words, as far as the conversation is concerned, then we now delve deeply into the conversation on how maybe would-be investors here and would-be those who want to chin up to come into either the onshore assets and one day, perhaps one day, move into the deep waters. And I have a deep water man there from Exxon. Please tell us. Let's have your opening words this morning, Mr. Femi.
Thank you, Olu. Good morning, everyone. It's a privilege to be here with these esteemed panelists. I want to start by providing some clarity. I'll tell you what happened 2 days ago. Somebody came to our booth and said, ExxonMobil, you guys are still in Nigeria? I thought Seplat has acquired you. And I said, no, ExxonMobil is still very, very committed to Nigeria. And in the deep water space, all that happened was that we divested our JV business, and we want to focus on that niche where we have the capacity, the capability, the technical know-how to deliver what the nation needs. So it ends up being a win-win. We have Seplat, an indigenous company, doing what they do best with our JV business, and then we can focus in the deep water space, which only few players can play. In the deep water space, we've got two key assets, and we're a partner in a third. We've got ERA, USAN, and we're a partner in Bonga. And lots of exciting things are happening. We're looking at ensuring that we solidify our base operations. We have done a lot of recent reliability and integrity work to scale up our volumes in starting with USAN, and we're moving on to ERA. Well work intervention programs ongoing, bringing on additional barrels. We have a $150 million campaign with regards to that. We also, we just started a seismic campaign as well, which runs into several $1 million, trying to gather data that we can continue to grow the business. In 2026, we'll be spending $1.5 billion on infill drilling for both the USAN and potentially the ERA assets. And all of those activities are on the base operations. Then with regards to new business, in 2012, we discovered the Owowo field, and that is a world-class field of over 1 billion barrels. We plan to grow that, and we're looking for the right concepts to grow that opportunity, mature it, and ensure that it's a win-win for Nigeria. We've got Bosi on the line. You guys have all heard about Bonga, the Bonga North, which just FID'd in December. We have a 20% stake in that business. So ExxonMobil is here to stay and is committed to Nigeria.
All right. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you very rudely, but you're dropping some numbers and my head, and I hope you're not doing the same to would-be. You're already scaring investors because you were talking about the kind of money you want to spend in 2026. We'll find a nexus at some point, and I believe we'll find that on this conversation panel. I'm going to skip Ali, I'm going to skip Olu, I'm going to come to Alex. Quickly, your opening thoughts on this conversation. I'll come to Mr. Dapo, then I come to the finance man.
Good morning. Morning, everyone. Am I audible? Oh,
Yes.
there you go.
Sorry about that.
Yes, morning, everyone. A pleasure to be here again. Femi, it's so interesting people have those conversations with you. Nobody asks me whether I'm living in Nigeria. I always say to everybody, we die here. Right? We don't have anywhere else. We're local, we're indigenous. I believe the oil and gas industry has hit an inflection point, and it's been positive for everyone. I think there are 3 things that stand out for me. One, we talk about the transactions that have occurred. I think those have been a combination of dexterity from all parties, investors, regulators, and all stakeholders. Faith financing. And I say faith financing because the truth is there's a lot to be undesired in our sector. Let's be honest. And as things improve, we will see. And I think those 3 things have really come together to work for us. As a nation, our general production ambition, but as entities that need to survive, we must continue to grow regardless of what the obstacles are. They say challenges deter your dream, they don't stop them. So when you look at what Seplat has done, ourselves, the Renaissance Group, all of us have come from marginal field players, learned through the ropes, understood how to bulletproof our companies, improve our corporate governance, build capacity to do the technical, the financing, and the corporate development work. Engaged with the IOCs on a level playing field where we not just deploy that expertise, but also measure up to their ability to do the work that they do. And on the back of that, we have embarked on these transactions. For us, it's our second. Most people say, we're the only indigenous company that has bought 2 IOCs. ConocoPhillips in 2014, and now ENI in 2024.
Do we need to switch roles so that you sit here and I sit there so I can order people to clap? But it's all good.
But in truth, this was unimaginable 15 years ago. We remember the LCVs that were coupled onto assets, or at least, the large block bidding rounds that were done. And we know where we've come and how far we've come. So today's conversation for me is exciting because it pulls together the efforts, the foundation, and the catalyst to get all of us growing. And that's what we need to do as a country, is continue to grow. And hopefully one day Femi will meet you in the deep offshore. Thank you.
Then he goes to ultra deep. But it's all good. Talking about foundations and those who actually threw their hats in the water and started out with investments when it didn't look very clear, when the shark-infested waters were still murky. Walter Smith delved into an investment and became the first modular refinery investor. What were you thinking? Okay. Still talking about what we are talking about anyways.
Oh, thanks. That's a very good question. I think thinking back at the last 5 years of our refining business, if you look back at the last 5 years, you wonder, from the birthing of the vision itself to making a good investment case and coming on stream within 18 to 24 months post-FID, and from the first barrel of crude that we processed at that refinery in November 2020. We have, as of today, we processed over 5 million barrels of crude. We have delivered high-quality product in the range of about over 700 million liters within our product slate to the northwest region of Nigeria, southwest, south-south, and of course, we're now taking a foray into the other parts of Africa. But the key thing is this. The success story we have today, you can put it in 4 buckets. It's a mix of 4 key things that have worked together. One, it's about belief, strategic partnerships that we had at the beginning of this, when we set out to do this. Partnerships in terms of technology adoption, technology deployment, scalable, and also finance, a very good, healthy financing mix, which include equity, private capital on the part of the ownership, and private stakeholders are invested in the business, and of course, enabling funding by the federal government in terms of NCDMB coming on board, believing in us at the start of it, and of course, we're grateful to NCDMB for this, and of course, over and above, out of all the banks, AFC, African Finance Corporation, took a bet on Walter Smith some 5 years ago. We have, as of today, we paid up our loan in terms of the AFC, so we're in a very healthy position. And we're now a few weeks or a few months away from our phase 2 of that. So for us, it's a case of a phased approach, the right mix of technology, stakeholder collaboration, ensuring feedstock. Of course, we had relationships that ensured that we had feedstock during this period, which includes Seplat's Eastern asset that provided feedstock for the refinery. So if you look back at where I would say there was an experiment that has worked, we have proven the fact that with the right financing mix, with the right enabling fiscal incentives and government policies, indigenous operators can operate in a very successful manner. They can deploy modular refineries in Nigeria, and with the demand that we see in Africa today, provide that same kind of solution to meet energy solutions for Africa. Thank you.
I won't fall for that smooth talk. As if you woke up one morning, took some money, said, I'm going to do a refinery here, I'm going to do that, I'm going to get my feedstock here, I'm going to be talking to a few guys. Hey, guy, where are you? Get me some money, I'm going to make some investment. You're talking because you've succeeded, and we're going to come to how that success was built. So let's go to the money man, and I'm going to start with you, Olu. Regulatory conditions, I choose to use that word, frameworks, corporate governance, what do you see, and what do you look at when you talk to these people, and what gives you the nudge to go the next step to finance some of these projects, especially in Nigeria, where you hear some people say businesses in Nigeria do not have very good ROT.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you. I think for me, all of these things, regulatory, security, all of these things are normal challenges. You are not going to get away from it. It's a part of life. The way and manner in which it comes is, it's just going to be, it's going to change depending on what's going on in the market and globally, sociopolitically in Nigeria or outside. But I think the one thing that allows you to get from that one end to the other is your ability to be resilient. Now, your resiliency. Now, Alex talked about different things, and also Dakpo too as well. But I think one key thing is, what is the equity, the amount of equity that gives you that buffer? And I think that is actually one of the reasons why. So I think with your, just to kind of nudge your question a little bit, what I typically look for is in helping entrepreneurs is, how can we get you a good deck of equity that will allow you to weather the invariable challenges. And I think that equity bit is the most important bit as far as I'm concerned, because even to get from a project development level, you could spend easily for projects of in this industry, $5, $10, $20 million just getting that project to FID. And a lot of projects die within that period. And we also know that it's been extremely difficult to get equity investments in Nigerian companies. So my own conversation is really, how do we strengthen that equity base? How can the future Walter Smiths, the future Wandos, the future Seplats, how can they get that oxygen? And I think that's a conversation I would like to kind of go a little bit deeper into, because if we are able to crack that nut, then you will basically, in another 5 to 10 years, we would have multiples of the sort of Nigerian energy champions. Thank you.
Okay, so that you don't lose your thoughts, can you just give me 2 more minutes on that?
Okay.
And so then I will now go to other so.
All right, great, thank you.
Hop on it.
Yeah, so in my own view, we have a lot of things that are already within our domain. Honestly, we probably are not doing, we're probably not optimizing it as much as we can. We've all seen the successes of the DFIs, the Afrexim's, the AFCs, the sovereign wealth funds, and a lot of African DFIs. We've seen that for every dollar that you, or naira by that token, that you invest as equity into a DFI, as an example, right? You probably can leverage that 8 to 10 times. So to give you, work with me here, you put in $100 million into like an Afrexim. Afrexim can basically raise essentially about $1 billion. But it also means that Afrexim can participate 10% in other projects. Then you can basically support essentially $10 billion of projects. So you probably need about, of course, not one Afrexim, but you need a whole bunch of Afrexims as an example. I just use Afrexim as an example, but this is prevalent across the way. By the way, Afrexim's total capital investment, the equity that's come through, it's actually less than 1.5 billion. They are doing $40 billion of assets being deployed or loans being deployed. So I think that for me is one, but how do we even crack this? Look at, in our pension right now, our pension is about 22 trillion naira under assets. There's a space there for private equity of up to 5%. Guess how much is in there today? Less than 0.5%. No, 0.5%. So it tells you that there are things that we can do. Of course, there are things to resolve in there. But in my own belief, if you can crack some of these nuts and get some of that equity in, for me, that would actually be better for us longer term as a country. Now, I know pension funds typically are a little bit more conservative, but what is the point in earning 20, 25% in your pension fund, right? And then when you retire at 70, you still have no utility. You still have to go and fetch your own water or build your own utility. So for me, I feel that we need to take that pain today. Even if it's 1%, if you lose 1%, and it's not possible for you to lose 1%, if you lose 1% of your portfolio for a better future, I think it's worthwhile the risk. Right. There are a couple of examples, but...
Olu, I'm going to open a tech class for you after this meeting. Quick session. Let me come to Ali. I mean, what finance models can be out there? We see a lot of opportunities right now when the international communities or financing communities or funds want to look in this direction, what are the kind of risks they see? What kind of spectacles do they wear? What are the financing models that you may be able to accentuate here that we can take out freely from this conference?
Well, thank you very much. I think since Monday, various speakers have spoken about some of the things that I was going to talk about, but they say repetition is mother of retention. So there's something new that I'm going to say here that you all don't know already. There are 5 areas or 5 models that I think can be looked at when we talk about the divestment by the majors out of Nigeria, so that local companies can take over those assets, or they can have IOCs as partners. We talked about joint ventures and partnerships. That's a way to take over the assets. It's a method of financing. Then there's production sharing agreements, and there's asset-backed financing, which Olumide was just mentioning, assets, using the assets of the company to raise financing. And then there are green bonds. Green bonds are specifically targeted towards environmentally conscious investment, which attracts what they call them ESG funds, those who look for sustainable investment. I'm going to talk about the last one, is the one that I think I haven't heard anybody talk about here, and I think it's something that is worth looking at, which is crowdfunding. And I'll explain why that is something that may need to be considered. The African diaspora sends remittances back to the African continent, well in excess of 90 billion every year. That's way more than what they get from foreign direct investment and aid. Besides, anyways, Trump has blown away the aid part. So I think if the African nations would sit back and study that very carefully, Nigeria alone, out of that 90 to 100 billion that comes in from the diaspora, African diaspora, Nigeria accounts for 20 billion. The second is Egypt with about 8 to 10 billion, and then Kenya, $3 to $4 billion. So Nigeria has the lion's share of that. What I'm going to propose is that with the new or the proposed African Energy Bank, we can leverage that, can piggyback on that to devise funds specifically targeting at the diaspora. I know I have a lot of my friends in the United States, because I live in the United States, I don't live here. They keep asking me questions because you say, you are the Wall Street guy, how can we invest in Africa? But they are all scared. Everybody's scared because of all the bad news they hear, the risks. So I think when you look at crowdfunding, what does it do? Crowdfunding democratizes, access to investment into the oil and gas for the average Joe. So ordinarily, people who are able to invest, they are wealthy, but they don't have enough wealth for them to be able to go and participate directly in the oil and gas business. So by creating platforms, through the African Energy Bank or the Afro-Exim, or in collaboration with the Sovereign Wealth Fund, that would open up a floodgate of investment. But you must have use cases. Proceed carefully, right? So my suggestion is, let's look at that angle and try to tap into that. And the United States adopted this approach with startup companies. Traditionally, the ordinary guy on the street couldn't invest in startup, new technology startups, biotechnology and all that kind of stuff. You couldn't invest in them because of the high risk. So in 2012, Obama created the act, which now open it up. You know, you have to apply as
Ali, I'm thinking of something. I know that by the time you to basically teach them when is your flight, so don't change it, and so you can have, because of our time, I'm trying to compress all of this. Let's come to a practical postal child here, and that's ConocoPhillips first, and now Ajib. How were you able to structure this kind of business, let me use that word, and seal that very mega deal? Was there some patting on the back? Was there some concession? Or what were the utensils you used in building and structuring this to the point where you're now moving away from oil, which you're known for, and also investing heavily in gas? Share some of the secret, please.
Thanks for that, Olu. I think the two deals specifically were done we had the oil peak in 2012, where we were seeing oil was $100 a barrel. The financing market and everyone that understood at least, and didn't to some degree, oil and gas, was ready to finance you. So our first deal was really wrapped around, you do need some element of reserve-based lending that you sort of anchor everything else around. But when you look at that basket of reserve-based lending, we had 10 different international banks, right, across the globe. Of course, there was the equity piece, which was 50% of the total cost of the acquisition. But in that environment, you were able to structure a very simple RBL with your equity next to it and wait for your equity participants to. And in that 10 years, we've had the Paris Accord come to life. We've had COP 20, how many now? 26, 27, 28, 29. We've got the green movement. We've got BlackRock pull $40 billion out of oil investment. We have every single international bank that was hitherto in Africa pull out of Africa. There was only one bank financing oil and gas deals, and that was Afreximbank. In fact, on the continent, there was really one bank doing a lot of the financing for strategic countries and key business endeavors within those countries, and that was Afreximbank. Very different ballgame. This time, you had one person you needed to make a case to. And in truth, that case was being reviewed across other segments of the economy, other sectors, and other businesses. So, Olu spoke about constants, issues around surface challenges, regulation, policy, your infractions, all of those things. And I can say that the anchor for either of those raises were really the structure of your entity. How well you're able to demonstrate that you weren't going to lose investors' money, i.e. by being able to do the work you set out to do. How well you're able to demonstrate the strength of your, not just corporate governance, but your ability to evolve the company to the targets set by your investors. And how easily you could transition from being what you were before to what you have to be.
You proved all that?
You
proved all that.
Olu, you let me tell the story, or you tell the story. How well you can prove to the investors that you were walking the right path. Olu, in the first deal, in the first 2 years, we paid down half the amount we borrowed because we saw oil take a huge dive, but fortunately for us, we were hedged. And once we hedged, we had a huge payout. We paid out literally 50%. 2 years later, we liquidated a significant amount of the first RBL. So it tells you that in preparing, there are a lot of things you can do to hedge some of the exposures that typically would erode value in the event that the negative seasons come. On the issues about the constants, we needed the PIA to come to life, and we've all been fortunate that that has happened. we certainly needed a lot more attention paid to security. It is not our jobs on this panel to secure assets. It is our jobs to do the subsurface work and produce the assets. So most of us now spend a significant amount of our time as security consultants, but we're glad now that the government has stepped up and we're seeing a lot more effort on those surface issues. The final thing I'll talk about is the organization to do all of this. We are moving post this acquisition into a world of significant uptick in activity in the industry. Today, it's on record that NUPRC has a potential 90 rig acceleration over the next couple of years. So between ourselves, Renaissance, and all the other people drilling, we have 39 rigs in country, and chances are we will be bringing another 40. Who manages that? Where are the service companies that are going to support that? Where are the people going to do the work? Where's the organization that's going to drive that development? And when I say organization, I don't mean corporate entities. I mean the petrophysicists, the geologists. Where are those people? Before now, the IOCs trained a significant amount of those people, and we've all taken them. They're sitting here. What's next for us? So these are the new challenges I see, and I'll stop there for now.
Okay, quickly. Dakwa wants to be Alex. Alex wants to be Femi. Femi, what does it take to be you?
Thanks, Odu.
In terms of these opportunities, yeah.
Yes, thanks. The operating in the deep water space has a lot of challenges, and the IOCs have that capability at this point. Some of the challenges, I'm going to classify them in 3 categories. We've got what I would call the below ground risks, which relate to access and acquisition of those hydrocarbons, those molecules. Then we have the field risks, which relate to developing that and potentially commercializing it. And then we have the above ground risks, which relates to the investment climate. And that's probably one of the most important, because Nigeria is a super basin with world-class beneath ground assets. But the challenge is bringing that and converting it to cash. So it's in the below ground, it requires a lot of technology, experience, and extremely capital intensive. When my colleagues here on the panel were talking about tens of millions of dollars, the company goes belly up, So the waters are deep, and the pockets of the investors have to be deeper.
To be deep. Sure.
Dakwa, hold your thoughts. I'm going to come to the finance man quickly. The 2 finance people here are going to speak quickly on the risk while Dakwa is rounding up on that. Get ready to speak about the kind of risk and how to de-risk those risks. And group.
Talk about
pockets? Femi, sorry.
Okay.
Femi, please go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, I wanted you to conclude on that thought. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks.
On the deep.
Yeah, I won't dig too deep. All right. So I talked about the challenges with the below ground risks. Let me just talk briefly about developing the assets. It requires being able to assess the strategy to bring out those molecules, being able to schedule, being able to manage contractors. That's very key. And then above ground, we need the right enabling environment, the right fiscals, certainty, consistency. This is the kind of thing that attracts international capital. This is the kind of thing that attracts equity. And we are talking about, in the deep water, the projects range in the range of like 5 to 10 to $15 billion. So really, it's not that easy to raise that kind of money through debt markets, through crowdfunding. You need people with very deep pockets. That's why ExxonMobil's here.
Are you scared about what he said?
Not at all. Not in any way. No, the thing is, it's a matter of time. Because if you look at where we are today in terms of what the independent Nigerian entities are now doing in terms of taking over the onshore and the shallow water space, we will get there. We'll get to the deep at some point.
Please encourage him, please.
No, but the task ahead of us as independents, first of all, is we have to do justice to the onshore and the shallow water space that has now been handed over to us. And I can tell you, on behalf of IPPG members and independents, of Alex and the rest, we will do justice to it and we'll do the best with those assets. But if you allow me to talk about because you said, what are the attributes that have made us succeed? Yeah. That's in the past. I would sort of want to talk about where we're going to as a business.
If you do that in 60 seconds.
Because, Africa we produce crude, but we still import a lot of refined products. The demand and supply dynamics today is very clear. There's population growth, there's economic development, there's industrialization going on, there's the growth of the middle class. So the demand is there for high quality refined products across Africa. For us as Walter Smith, and of course the other members of the IPPG that have refineries, modular refineries, it's about positioning ourselves, first of all, to meet the demand requirements in country, and then extend our footprint to other parts of Africa, starting from sub-Saharan Africa. Thank you.
So how does these three guys, how do you help these three guys if they were potential? That's where I'm coming to the finance guys. If you can do that in quick seconds, 1 minute each. Olu and Ali.
Okay.
Yes, you can
All
start.
right.
You can go first.
My simple thesis is we actually
especially around the risk area.
Yeah,
De-risking.
we actually need these guys that are successful already now to help all of us. Now, we have situations where every single IOC has a financing group, whether it's GE Capital or whatnot. What we need, as an example, as part of this ecosystem, we need all of these independent Nigerian companies come in and put in about maybe $10, $20 million or Naira and support a fund that can now support the services sector. Now, you guys have the ability to do it because you are paying, it's actually even positive for you, at the end of the day. When you are able to do so, government can also enable it, maybe give you some deductions in your tax breaks, right? For every dollar that you put in there, maybe you depreciate it over 4 or 5 years. You're already doing the same thing today anyway, because government has come to you guys, build power plants, all that kind of stuff, and they allow you to deduct it from your into your cost, into your capital pool. So come around, do some of these things, so that way you can now nurture the new children, the growing, the next generation of oil and gas companies.
Ali, allow me to put a word to say, I've heard so much about, and it's a contemplation for me and an agitation, the African Energy Bank. It seems like we can all just leave this room, go in there, put in our papers and get money out. Is that going to help?
We had a conversation about the African Energy Bank. We have a different views on it. Next time I'm going to sit next to you, Olu, so that I can chime you to give me the whole time to speak. Let me just talk about the risks. I'm going to concentrate on the risk element because I'm an investor. I'm not in the oil business, but I like to invest where I'm going to make money. I'm going to talk about just two because we have limited time. Please. Political and regulatory risk. That is a big one. Policy discordancy discourages investments. If your policies are inconsistent or you enact policies and you don't implement them, that is a red flag to investors. So the way to mitigate about regulatory risks and all that is, investors often would look for political and economic risk insurance. That is for IOCs coming into, foreign countries. The other one is infrastructural issues, and I think various speakers have spoken about that. The way to go about that is to collaborate, and I was happy to hear that so many companies are collaborating to build pipelines and roads and all that kind of stuff. So those are the two issues from the point of view of investors that gives us worry. So I'm going to leave it at that.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for my panelists. And Richmond, thank you for the extra minute. And just to say that after this, all of the modalities, please shake hands, because this could become this could become that, and that can become greater. Please, just make friends more. Thank you very much for being a wonderful audience. Richmond, thank you.
Thank you very much. Just give me a minute or two. Engineer Kamaru Busari, sir, you would help us present the plaques to them, but just give me a minute, I'll call you up. Please, something Philip said that is true. When they get up here, you want to network with them, I understand, but bear with me. I'm rolling over to the next panel. You know how it goes, right? It's autopilot. So please allow them take their seat. He's been advised to move his flights. Maybe he has taken the advice, we don't know. But just allow them take their seat. That's all I'm asking you. Engineer Kamaru, please, if you can come. Let's give them another round of applause. Thank you very much. Yes, let's begin with Mr. Ogumbi. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause. Thank you so much for sharing those insights with us. Please. Next will be Mr. Ali Gaba. Thank you so much. Please proceed. Thank you very much. Next will be Mr. Ogunfowora. Thank you so much. Next will be Dr. Irune. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Next will be Mr. Filani. Thank you so much. I thought I would need a light for the pictures. Technical. What's happening? Thank you so much. Olu Phillips, I hear you have a lot of these things in your cabinet, so we don't want to bother you too much with it. Please rise for family photo. Family photo. Please give me a round of applause one more time. Family photo for all of you. Family photo now. Thank you so very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, so we're going over now to the next panel. It is, of course, on gas. It is, of course, on gas. Please allow them sit down. Allow them sit. Photographers, you can go back to your corners now. Thank you very much. Photographers, please go back to your corners. Thank you very much. Please allow them sit down. Please allow them sit down. You can go back to your corners now. Photographers, thank you very much. Please allow them sit down. Allow them sit down. Thank you. Okay, so onwards now we go to the next panel. The panel, not panel rather, it's just individual presentations. It is on Africa's gas, the revolution, LNG and domestic gas solutions, paving the path for Africa's energy and industrial evolution. That is what we are doing right now. Please, can we allow the panelists just settle on their seat? We'll talk to them later. Thank you very much. We'll talk to them later. Okay, so we have presentations from a number of persons, at the end of which a panel session will take center stage. Oh, by the way, Engineer Kamaru Busari is a director of the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. So thank you, sir, for the honor of presenting this for us. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on now, we go over to the very first speech in this session. It is from the Executive Vice President, Gas and New Energies of Nnpc Limited. Representing him this morning to speak on his behalf is the Chief Gas and Power Investment Officer of Nnpcl. Let's welcome Dr. Salihu Jamari. Dr. Jamari? Is he here now? Oh, okay. I'm told. Okay, I'm told that maybe he stepped out, but in show business, the show must go on. Let me then move on to the group that has made gas advocacy their business for more than 25 years. And their president will be speaking to us now. He's also the general counsel for NLNG. Please welcome Mr. Akachuku Nwokedi, President, Nigerian Gas Association.
Right, thank you, Richmond. Distinguished delegates, please, with your permission, I would like to adopt the well-established protocol. Definitely will help save time. It gives me great pleasure to stand before this distinguished audience to deliver this goodwill message. I bring greetings and goodwill of the Executive Council and the entire membership of the Nigerian Gas Association at this wonderful event. The NGA, as the largest gas-focused industry organization and the voice of the entire gas industry value chain in Nigeria, seeks to improve the quality of life of Nigerians by advocating for gas as a key contributor to and primary enabler of Nigeria's national development aspirations. The theme of this summit is apt and timely, I must say, as 2025 actually marks the halfway point on Nigeria's decade of gas journey. Certainly an appropriate point to take stock of our progress with regards to the goal of transforming Nigeria. Increasingly clear is that Nigeria's decade of gas is also Nigeria's decade of investment. This is due to the necessity of significant investment inflow within this relatively short period of time. This requires a measure of sustained transparency, confidence, and interdependencies between investors and stakeholders, such that investments in the upstream, midstream, and downstream move in a synchronized manner, ensuring that downstream investments, which constitutes the offtake or the demand for the gas, move at the same pace as the upstream and midstream investments, which constitutes the supply, so that all investments enjoy optimal utilization and returns. However, to drive and encourage more investments, we must sustain the efforts to keep enacting investor-friendly policies, laws, and regulations that drive investment harmoniously across the gas value chain. That said, I must state that despite the welcome stability provided by the PIA, we are still seeing laws and regulations that overlap and significantly increase the cost of doing business in Nigeria, which is not good for the gas sector. So it is important that we do not erode the visible gains witnessed by the sector. It is therefore time at this midway point to take stock and address these issues. Now, the focus of my message, in line with the topic I was given, it's aligning Nigeria's gas industry with Africa's energy evolution. To be honest with you, I'm not sure I can do justice to this topic in 5 minutes. So I will leave this for the plenary sessions, which I'm confident will dive into such matters and more. What I can say is that Africa's true potential lies in its people, our huge potential, our huge population, and its market, our huge potential for intra-African trade. Intra-African trade is probably the single biggest factor that can contribute to sustainable wealth creation on the African continent as we address energy poverty that is still prevalent in Africa. However, to efficiently connect and tap into Africa's energy potentials, a regional approach must be employed in the short to medium term. Now, this is where Nigeria fits in to play a pivotal role in the African energy landscape. Nigeria has sufficient gas, we all know that, and it's naturally positioned to become a regional gas hub in Africa, which will play a major role in Africa's energy evolution. But we must seize the opportunity by maximizing the decade of gas. This requires a combination of smart regulations, a top-down focused project approach for key backbone pipeline infrastructure, coupled with integrated policies and financial frameworks that would make access to financing for gas projects possible to unlock the huge potential for the Nigerian gas in Africa. No doubt, the African continent features many sustainable energy resources, of which a small percentage have been harnessed. The potential is huge, as energy can facilitate real growth and development not only in Nigeria, but the African continent. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are all ambassadors of Africa's huge energy potentials, and we must always remember to use opportunities on every stage such as this, be it domestic or international, to promote investment in Africa's energy potential. Gas, whether as a transition or destination fuel in our continent, is our best opportunity to ensure energy security and cleaner energy future. That's why we're always proud as NGA to be associated with this summit and the platform it creates to have focused conversations on the strategic role LNG and domestic gas solutions can play in unlocking Africa's energy potential. In closing, let me recognize and specially commend the efforts of the administration of His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, CFR, for the active and continuous effort to prioritize gas as a primary enabler of Nigeria's sustainable development goals. I must say, by extension, I also want to congratulate the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Gas, the Special Advisor on Energy, the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, the various regulators, GCO, Nnpc, for the active roles played in creating the enabling environment for the sector. And I also congratulate the event organizers on successfully holding this event, and I wish all of us a successful and productive Gas Day event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, PNGA, President, Nigerian Gas Association, Mr. Aka Chukwu Nwokedi, General Counsel for NLNG Limited. I had tweaked the program a little bit, but I'll come back. I took the program a little bit since some of our speakers have just arrived. Let me give them a second or two to catch their breath. Let me go to the next speaker, who is talking to us on expanding LNG export trouble.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Like Aka, I would like to plead that I stand on existing protocol. And by accident or design, last year I spoke after Aka. And this year I'm doing the same. I'll try very much not to bore you, but I'll tell you this is a very pivotal topic for us in NLNG and Nigeria as a whole. It's something that is very dear to our heart. And I'll try and, lead you on and inspire you as much as possible. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to stand before you today at the Nigerian International Energy Summit 2025. As we gather here to chart a course for Nigeria and Africa at large, recognizing liquefied natural gas as a destination fuel with immense potential to transform the economies of African countries. How can we expand NLNG exports, unlock Africa's global energy leadership? The global energy landscape is undergoing a significant transformation with increasing demand for cleaner and more sustainable energy sources. Liquefied natural gas has emerged as a vital component of the global energy mix. As the world shifts towards a low-carbon future, NLNG offers a cleaner alternative to traditional fossil fuels, reducing greenhouse gas emissions and supporting the transition to sustainable energy. Africa is blessed with abundant natural gas reserves, which currently stands at more than 600 trillion cubic feet, with Nigeria holding a third of this figure. This positions Africa as a crucial player in the global NLNG market. With vast untapped reserves in Nigeria, Mozambique, and Angola, and beyond, expanding LNG exports presents Africa with a unique opportunity to harness its energy potential and assert itself as a global energy leader. Expansion of LNG exports will present significant economic benefits for African nations. It can drive economic growth, create jobs, and generate revenue for governments. The development of energy infrastructure, including liquefaction plants, pipelines, and export terminals, will stimulate investment and foster economic development in local communities. At NLNG, our journey has been one of continuous evolution and growth. Since our inception, we have established ourselves as a pillar of excellence in NLNG industry, consistently delivering value to our stakeholders. From our first NLNG cargo in October 1999 to exporting over 6,000 cargoes and contributing over 9 billion in taxes to the Nigerian government, our commitment to excellence remains unwavering. Despite this admirable performance over the years, we still have much to achieve when compared to our peers. In 2023, the U.S. was the leading exporter of NLNG, exporting 84.53 million tons per annum, followed by Australia with 79.56 million tons per annum, and Qatar with 78.22 million tons per annum. While Qatar is targeted to increase its NLNG production to 142 million tons by 2030, Shell's NLNG outlook for 2040 estimates global NLNG demand to be more than 600 million tons per annum. The question is, what percentage of this demand will be met by African suppliers? How can we increase our market shares? How can we compete competitively in the industry and ensure energy security for Nigeria and Africa at large? Africa's abundant natural gas reserves present a transformative opportunity to meet the continent's growing energy demands. They are quite significant, representing about 8.7% of the world's total proven natural resources. By 2030, these reserves are expected to grow roughly to 15%, a modest but noteworthy increase, especially considering global NLNG demand is projected to rise at a compound annual growth rate of 1.5%. NLNG remains at the forefront of Africa's energy transformation, harnessing Nigeria's substantial natural gas reserves, currently estimated at 209 million cubic feet, with Nigeria ranked as the world's 9th largest gas producer. In line with its vision for growth, NLNG is advancing the Train 7 project, which would increase production capacity by 35%, from 22 million tons per annum to 30 million tons per annum. Train 7 would inject over 100 billion into the oil and gas industry and has created more than 12,000 direct jobs during its construction phase. Additionally, it will enhance local engineering and fabrication capacities, fostering homegrown expertise and providing local businesses the opportunity to contribute meaningfully to the country's energy infrastructure, thus further highlighting the project's significance in boosting Africa's footprint and enhancing global energy security. With Train 7 planned for startup in 2026, our desire is to explore the potential for an 8th train at Bonny, provided that challenges mitigating against the economics of the projects are resolved. This will enable us to consolidate our position as one of the top energy producers and a role model of other African countries. Our emphasis on environmental sustainability reflects our commitment to responsible energy production in recognition of our strategic position in Nigeria and Africa. We are committed to domestic and African energy security. We dedicated over 100% of our LPG production to the domestic market. The new Jetty 3 is designed to accommodate small-scale LNG vessels that will have the capacity to ply Africa coastal routes and support our energy security. Addressing the challenges that limit the full utilization of our Bonny plant remains a central focus for us at NLNG. In recent weeks, we have experienced a series of gas pipeline incursions that have significantly impacted our operations. We're actively working with stakeholders to manage these challenges and restore our infrastructure to full capacity as quickly as possible. Notwithstanding the challenges facing our operations, we remain committed to our desire to be counted among the market leaders in the global gas trade, keeping Africa's footprint firm in the industry. And we're happy we have our own African bank now to finance a lot of our aspirations. Expanding LNG capacity and export infrastructure in Africa requires significant investment, often constrained by high capital cost and market risk. The African Energy Bank will support development in the industry by providing financing for projects and infrastructure through innovative financial models, such as blended financing and off-take-backed financing, while designing models that will be sustainable in local business environments, such as providing facilities in local currency and at sustainable rates. We must also build sustainability into our growth plan, including the adoption of carbon capture, utilization, and storage, CCUS. At NLNG, we enhance sustainability through our fleet modernization, replacing aging steam vessels with modern tonnages. As we look ahead, Africa stands at a crossroad of opportunity with vast natural gas reserves and a burgeoning population in need of reliable energy. The continent has the potential to emerge as a key player in shaping the future energy landscape. By expanding LNG exports, we not only meet global energy demands, but also empower nations to drive economic growth, improve living standards, and mitigate environmental impacts. Finally, as we navigate the complexity and opportunities of the global energy market, let us seize this moment to reaffirm Africa's potential as a leader in NLNG exports. Together, let us forge a path towards a sustainable future where energy serves as a catalyst for industrialization and growth. Thank you very much. Thank you. The future is Africa.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Olakunle. Thank you very much, Mr. Olakunle Oshobo. He's the Deputy Managing Director, NLNG, speaking there on the role of on expanding LNG exports, unlocking Africa's global energy leadership. Let's please give him another round of applause. All right, so I'm going to flip it back to the way I had it earlier, and this time we'll be listening to the Executive Vice President, Gas and New Energies of Nnpc Limited, Mr. Olalekan Ogunleye, represented by the Chief Gas and Power Investment Officer of Nnpc. Let's welcome Dr. Salihu Jamari.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Let me start by my own apology first for coming late. I was, anyway, so I came late. So it's just inevitable that I happen to be late. Let me assume that a protocol was set since I wasn't around. So please permit me to lean on that protocol that was set so that we can make it a little bit faster. Then the second apology is for the Executive Vice President, Gas and Power. He had wanted to be here to make the opening remark, and unfortunately he was caught up with another thing that there was nothing he could do but to ask me to come and stand here on his behalf, which gladly I accepted. No written speech. So whatever I said, if it's right, it's his own. If I make a mistake, I say something that is out of space, please hold me responsible for that. Yeah, I know it's just opening remark for the theme of this morning, which is LNG and domestic utilization. It's a very, very important topic, and I know this is the fourth day of this conference. We have talked a lot about gas and all the data on gas in Africa. I think what we should add to what we have said earlier is that have we done a lot to make this gas accessible, available, affordable to our people, and at the same time add value to the resources we have. So I would like to add to all the conversation that have been said about gas and LNG, that now is time to make effort to demonstrate that we as Africans, we are capable to utilize the resources given to us by nature to alleviate our suffering, to redeem our energy poverty, to make sure that we utilize and improve the life of our people. So therefore, we in Nnpc, we have identified the situation, and we have strived with a lot of efforts to make sure that we have our footprint in making sure that that energy is available, especially for the domestic utilization. Launch some small-scale LNG processing facility, specifically to reach out to areas where the pipeline has not reached, and to make sure that we do it efficiently and making sure that we have adequate virtual distribution of these resources for everyone available. So I would like to a role to play because I believe no one country will find complete solution to this energy deficiency in Africa if we don't work together. So in Nnpc, we are open to support any initiative across the continent. If you feel you would like to share experience, you would like to share knowledge with Nnpc in that respect of making those resources available for our people, please feel free. We will support that. And therefore, the addendum that I will bring to all the conversations that have been made about LNG, gas, we don't have to have either equity in it, no, but with the spirit to make these resources available for all, we are open and ready to share experience, to share knowledge, to support any initiative. I thank the organizers of this for inviting us to use this platform and talk to people and to demonstrate to people that, yes, we are working to make these resources available for Nigerians, and we are also open to support our brothers across Africa. Thank you very much, and I wish you a nice deliberation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salihu Jamari, the Chief Gas and Power Investment Officer for Nnpc Limited. Let's give him another warm applause. Thank you very much. I understand the need to keep tab on our respective businesses or perhaps meetings when we come out like this, but can I appeal to those who have switched off their phones and it's still ringing? Please, you know what to do. Just remove the batteries. Put them back in when we leave here, please. It's a small hall, and the continuous ringing of your phones is causing small distractions. Thank you very much. Onwards now to the authority chief executive, Engineer Farouk Ahmed, is represented this morning to give us an industry address for this session by the Executive Director, Distribution Systems, Storage and Retailing Infrastructure. Let's welcome Mr. Obugo Ukoha.
Honorable Minister for Petroleum, State, Gas, sir, please permit me to stand on existing protocols. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, it appears we're still sleeping. Akachukwu, how did you manage? I should go back and come back again. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. That's more like it. Yesterday, I addressed this same forum, but the downstream aspect of it. And from the regulatory perspective, we spoke about the fuel and how to unlock further opportunities within the downstream. Today, the theme is on LNG, and the authority has been asked to speak on building investor confidence in Africa's gas industry, the role of regulation. And so I'm going to read a prepared speech on behalf of the Authority Chief Executive, who is unavoidably absent. And just permit me to go ahead. The African continent requires natural gas for its economic development, spanning from electricity generation, clean and sustainable cooking, mobility fuel, industrialization and commercial enterprises. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to develop these resources means to commit significant capital in upstream production, midstream processing and transportation, as well as downstream distribution and utilization. The finance is expected to come from private investors, public funding, and development partners. For the private sector, the main incentive is the prospect of making good return on investment, while the government is motivated primarily in the overall interest of the citizenry to provide critical infrastructure needed for development. The development partners, on the other hand, are driven usually by aspirations identified as critical to bridge a specific gap. These three investing groups have distinct requirements that should be met for successful mobilization and deployment of resources. For the private investors, there is an overarching need for regulatory certainty, such that projections and commitments can be made to cover extended periods of time within the life cycle of intended projects to allow for financing and cost recovery. These investments would also require concessions in terms of taxes, duties, fees, and levies, so that they incur less capex and opex over the life cycle of the project. Furthermore, The investments would require mechanisms that ensure ease of doing business in terms of minimal bureaucracy, typically in the form of a one-stop shop regulatory desk, clear and simple requirements, and minimal regulatory interventions. The role of the government in this wise is to provide legal instruments that address the above expectations, usually in the form of acts, regulations, or enforceable executive orders that are binding on relevant stakeholders. The objective of these legal instruments, amongst other things, is to provide guidance on sustainable financing for projects and guarantees for returns on investments in a structured and timely manner. With regards to gas molecules, gas sale and aggregation agreements would be required to be signed in a manner that ensures the sanctity and timely payment is made for the molecules off-taken. If we are to use the Nigerian experience as a reference, the lack of sanctity of GSAA and the absence of network codes in the previous years have been the bane of gas supply to the strategic sectors, despite huge government investment in midstream gas infrastructure. As for development partners, the likes of regional development banks, organs of the United Nations, agencies of foreign governments, and philanthropic organizations, their fundamental concerns are usually the need for sound fiscal policies, political stability, fiscal responsibility and accountability, availability of data, and mechanisms. It is then necessary to have regulatory may be applicable. This may entail the signing of bilateral or multilateral agreements, the establishment of relevant government agency or control mechanism. Overall, to build investor confidence in African gas industry, there is compelling need for regulatory provisions that engender A, C, sanctity of contracts and agreements, D, ease of doing business, E, reasonable return on investments, F, minimal interventions, G, access to financing, H, data and information availability, and finally, transparency and accountability. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at NMD-PRA, through our extant regulations, we have been working assiduously to ensure that all of the above requirements are fully operationalized in the mid and downstream value chain of the Nigerian petroleum industry. We are collaborating with all relevant partners and stakeholders to facilitate access to financing, including through the MDGIF, which we superintend. We are also working with international partners to establish the African Energy Bank, which is expected to be the pivot and guarantor for investment in energy projects for the continent. Furthermore, we are working on interconnecting the African energy infrastructure through pipelines, energy exchanges, uniform codes, and standards. Let me conclude, ladies and gentlemen, by highlighting a few recent regulatory outcomes. As I speak to you today, the authority is concluding its stakeholder consultation to determine the domestic gas demand requirements, DGDR, in line with Section 32(5) of the PIA 2021. The determined figure is to be communicated to the Upstream Commission to prescribe and allocate the domestic gas delivery obligation. Last year, the DGDR figure determined and transmitted to the Commission was 4.7 billion scf per day, representing a 6.22% increase compared to the 2023 figure. 2, review of the domestic base price from $2.18 per MMBTU to $2.42 per MMBTU. 3, consideration and approval of interim shrinkage factor value for the industry while developing an empirical and acceptable methodology for its determination. 4, intervention on critical infrastructure development through the deployment of MDGIF, which I must acknowledge is chaired by the Honorable Minister who is present here today. 5, all-inclusive development and review of Nigerian gas transportation network code to cater for the needs of all players in the gas market Rev 2. 6, periodic Nigerian gas network reconciliation of injected or attributed volumes with the market players. 7, dispute resolution among the players. 8, issuance of gas distribution license to spur downstream gas penetration and utilization. Again, let me just acknowledge that this was undertaken a few weeks ago under the direction of the Honorable Minister who is here seated with us. In the first phase, the authority has issued 10 gas distribution licenses, and we're hoping that this will enable development of infrastructure to the last mile. And finally, there is also the implementation of the GBI pricing provision in the PIA, as well as development and implementation of mobility CNG concessionary pricing to deepen CNG utilization for transportation. Let me conclude, and I beg your pardon, to just digress a bit. I know this is a forum for gas and LNG, but this is a platform that one should optimize for the purposes I'm to speak to now. Let me just say a word or two before I round up on safety, even though it cuts across the whole industry. The authority has been in the media in the last few days in relation to trucks in transit accidents. I'd like to spend a second and just highlight that, more especially because today is the 27th, and there are a number of timelines that we have put that are critical, beginning 1st March. Let me also clarify that in the media, it is always said that the authority has issued X mandate or that mandate. Please, those mandates were outcomes of resolutions reached by all stakeholders. If you look at the resolutions as signed, if you can see them from there, they were all signed by more than 15 industry stakeholders, including NUPENG, MEMAN, IPMAN, NATO, Office of the NSA, DSS, Nigerian Police Force, Federal Fire Service, Civil Defense, and the list goes on and on. What have we said we will do moving forward? First, it is important to install anti-spill safety valves and speed limiters on all petroleum and product tanker trucks. This applies to almost all the trucks carrying petroleum products and gas as well. And for responsibility, we have said PTD, NMDPRA, Federal Road Safety Commission, MEMAN, DAPMAN, SON, IPMAN, and NATO will deal with this. The timeline set is Q4 2025. We have also started from the depots, loading depots, safe-to-load initiatives. If a truck is not safe and not motorable, roadworthy, it should not be loaded with any hydrocarbon. For this, NATO, DAPMAN, MEMAN, NMDPRA, FRSC, IPMAN, and Petran will take charge beginning, NMDPRA, FRSC, MEMAN, DAPMAN, PTD, NATO, Petran, IPMAN will take charge from 1st March. There is also the color coding and branding of all tank trucks, and this also applies to gas derivatives. Color so that you can know, and when first responders approach, they can tell by sight what equipment to use, because for each product, there are different combustible, the flash points are all different, and the parameters are different. You also have training and retraining of drivers and their motorboys as a major goal. That's for Q2 2025. The FRSC will begin to sustain spot checks on fatigued drivers and those under influence. 6, there's also the broadcast of post-crash emergency numbers and first responders to cordon accident sites. I'm sure that very soon media houses will also approach the minister. Maybe he can voice some content. I have seen one in Broken by the Minister of State Oil, I'm sure we'll approach the Minister of Gas as well very soon. There is the enlightenment and sensitization of public against scooping at accident scenes, which is part of why I'm using this platform to talk about it. And that has already taken off. Regular meetings with stakeholders, regulating route management by designating routes and commuting times. That's the only long-term plan for 2026. Finally, the most important and the current critical ones is that beginning 1st March, the authority, in collaboration with Ministry of Works, Federal Road Safety Commission, NMDPRA, NATO, MEMAN, and DAPMAN, will preclude the loading of any truck with stored capacity in excess of 60,000 liters beginning 1st March, which is Saturday. And by Q4 2025, we will drive it down to 45,000 liters. There is a positive correlation between the accidents happening and the tankage. Ministry of Works has made regulations precluding a certain axle load limit from being on our roads. I am raising these and concluding this presentation here so that I can also encourage stakeholders as you go away in your own operations and within your own limited operational environments to please join the government and other stakeholders in this campaign to ensure that there is safety within our operations, whether it is for petroleum liquid or for gas. On that note, I'd like to thank everybody. Thank you very much.
Obugo Koha, the ED for Distribution Systems, Storage and Retailing Infrastructure. So you can understand why he ended on that safety note as a platform indeed to talk to a lot of the industry media reporters are here in the room. Let's give the authority another round of applause. Thank you very much. Moving on from the authority, we go now to the Decade of Gas Secretariat as we welcome the director in charge, who was Shell Nigeria Gas's former MD and former president of the Nigerian Gas Association. Let's welcome Mr. Ed Ubong.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on existing protocols, but to recognize the presence of my brother, the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Gas, retired Honorable Obong Epo, who I'm sure will probably add a doctorate to his name at some point this year. It's a pleasure to be here once again, just to address this august group around what's happening in the gas sector. I know there's been a focus around making the Decade of Gas Nigeria as a hub for Africa, but I'll just spend a few minutes and talk about what has happened in the Nigerian gas sector between 2023, when we had the new president come in, and now. It's in looking back to see if there's been real progress that we'll be able to sort of think that either we're on the right track or we need to stop and then make a few changes. I think the president came in May with a real focus around ensuring that there was gas development very closely linked to the prosperity of Nigerians, and he very quickly developed a theme called Gas to Prosperity. The renewed hope. I mean, we've heard about the renewed hope a lot. And in September that year, he sort of took up a recommendation that had been done by various stakeholders, including the NGA and other people, around creating focus for gas by appointing a Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Gas. So he then appointed a minister. And I think we've seen significant progress during that time. In December 2023, under the working between the Decade of Gas and various stakeholders at the NUPRC headquarters, we sat for 1 week with about 10 gas producers, asking the question, what is needed to ensure that operators in the upstream will bring more gas for Nigerians, because we saw a gap of about 3 BCF rolling up to 2030. Very detailed piece of work. The NUPRS CCE was there. The minister was there to open. And we identified many things. We needed to change the fiscals for onshore, for shallow water, and for deep water. We needed to answer the question around gas pricing. Infrastructure was a challenge. Where were the pipelines that will allow the gas to flow? Where were the off-takers? So we sort of identified a raft set of things that needed to be done, all things that the industry has been talking about before. But we then handed that back to the Honorable Minister and said, sir, if really government wants gas to develop, these issues needed to be addressed. And he picked it up. Infrastructural changes that needed to be done. The minister himself took up the task to ensure that the story that upstream gas producers for gas to power had been owed since 2011, that all those areas needed to be fixed. Of course, to do that, he needed to go and get the presidential approval. Everything was clear, end to end. And I think you can look at the Decade of Gas website, www.decadeofgas.com.ng. The NGA was tasked with continuing to engage all the industry stakeholders. What else do we need? Are we on the track? So like the voice of gas in the country, they sort of held that sort of broad role. And things began to move. I think by coming out of that meeting, we saw that 3.5 was the gap. But today, there is 4.7 BCF of gas that could be brought to the surface by all the producers. So the gap was closed, plus an additional. April that year, the N.I.E.S NMDPRA announced a new price. The DBP was announced. In that DBP, what you will notice was that the gas to power price increased by 10%. It was not coincidental. It was meant to ensure that the power sector will become more attractive for gas producers to send gas. And that is what we really need, more gas to the power sector. Today, in the power sector, you have not heard the problem that gas is the problem. There are other problems, but gas supply is not necessarily the problem for the power sector to do. Fantastic achievement by all the upstream gas producers. That same April 4th, to be exact, the Honorable Minister presented a memo to the President. At a time when Nigeria was struggling and we were complaining about the revenues we had, he asked Mr. President to approve the payment of over $1 billion in value of gas to power debts. When he went in, I had my doubts, because I've also heard the story about there is no payment of the arrears that had been fully reconciled with NEC and the gas producers and the GENCO. Another significant improvement. It is the reason gas producers today are still talking about we will produce gas and send it to the power sector. Please, a round of applause to our Honorable Minister and the President for making that bold step. The SAS team was also then in full overdrive. You guys have assigned this fiscal work to us. What do we need to do? There was the option to try to change the fiscals by going to the law. We all know what happens when you put something in our National Assembly. It takes quite a significant amount of time. But the President, again, was willing to issue executive orders, which in the interim provide the comfort that upstream producers needed. So we saw various executive orders. The first one addressed the issues around onshore and shallow water gas with tax incentives. Then we saw one later in the last quarter of the year that addressed the issues around deep water on gas and oil. Again, it wasn't by chance. As those fiscals were announced, the upstream producers then began to have more confidence in the sector. In January, Shell announced an FID for Iseni, 100 million scoop of gas flowing to the Dangote fertilizer. By May, June, Total announced an FID for Ubeta, 350 million scoop a day, $550 million investment. That gas would go towards NLNG. By late December and early this year, Shell has announced another FID, Bonga North, which is in the deep water, 5 billion. But during the year, one of the biggest GSAs that was signed was the one between Brass Fertilizer and Shell. That FID on the midstream is a $3 billion project. It's the single largest gas supply agreement that we have signed in Nigeria from beginning till now, just facing the domestic market. That was the gas supply side. Overall, what have we seen? A couple of FIDs. We have been able to unlock about 1.1 PCF of gas, with a significant amount of that destined for the domestic market. That is real progress. In pricing, I think we're in a position where the NMDPRA now realizes what would work for people in the upstream, midstream, downstream. We heard Ukoha talk about various incentives required for auto gas and all of that. So that piece of work is annual. By December, the NMDPRA Authority Chief Executive would also make another announcement. On the infrastructure side, we do have work to do there. Our biggest flagship infrastructure project was the completion of the OB3 project, the line that connects the East and the West, and allows Nigeria to increase domestic gas production by 20% immediately. That crossing has not been completed yet. But I am confident in the man who has been given the task to do that, the EVP, Gas and Power, my brother Olalekon Ogunleye. It keeps him awake. It's not an easy project. He moves a step, 2-3 steps in the drilling under the water, discovers new problems. Those of us that pray, pray. Those of us that need to pour libation, pour libation. But we are confident, Honorable Minister, that with your continued focus, that we will cross this River Niger. It's only by working in this manner across various stakeholders, the media inclusive. I mean, we've been holding a bi-monthly meeting with the media, just trying to let them know this is what is happening in the gas sector. This is a learning, more like a capacity building effort. And we are hoping that that would allow a more balanced reporting, more balanced interaction between the industry and the media. I have not forgotten cooking gas. The price has continued to move up. The minister looks at it this week, calls everybody together, gives matching orders. The price begins to reduce again. But after some time, the price begins to try to come up. But we have not taken our eyes off the need to ensure that cooking gas is both available and affordable. Last year, November, the Honorable Minister issued a couple of directives, really, to sort of solve the problem. It's early this year, and we are still sort of working how to take those directives into the implementation mode. When we talk of cooking gas, of course, we always talk about NLNG, our single largest producer and supplier of domestic cooking gas into the market. And we then look at the other players further down that value chain, ASICO, and all the other guys who take the downstream risk of building new depots and trying to get the gas from the shoreline straight into the inner market. We have not landed yet, and that's why I'm also calling on a lot of people that the government has set up the midstream and downstream gas infrastructure fund. I hope the ED, MDGF will be here. We are very focused on finding ways to support these sort of strategic projects. If you're sort of looking at what you want to do in the LPG, further downstream to ensure that cooking gas becomes more available, the ED and the council would be willing to sort of look at what you need to do. So government is willing to put its money to support the private sector to build that last mile infrastructure that would improve the situation. This was an early sort of setting the scene. This year, there's been a lot of moving away from the local into the international. The minister has been in Togo, he has been in Ghana, he has been in Algeria, basically just trying to ensure that Nigeria is indeed the hub. You won't be able to be the hub if you do not have the lines that begin to traverse the continent, in addition to LNG, which is also being worked. So the major lines connecting different countries, that work has started. For some, it's very early feed work that is ongoing. To put it in perspective, in the domestic market alone, if we are to build all the lines that we need $22 billion between now and 2030, domestic. When you go international, that cost jumps up significantly. We are confident that working with the IOCs, we saw a potential to unlock 4.7 BCF. The president has now approved all the divestments that have been put in front of him. Those companies are now going to be run by Nigerians with a lot of Nigerian interest and focus because they only have a few assets. I am confident that as we begin to look at what additional volumes can these new players bring, that a lot more gas will be brought to the surface. And we've already started hearing that good news. Seplat last week said that they were going to bring up 15 TCF of gas just out of the acquisition with MPNU. 15 TCF. I'm looking at Abdul Rahman. If we took 15 TCF and said, okay, you can produce flat out for 25 years. With that sort of volumes, you are talking today about the same number of gas, about 1.6, 1.7 BCF a day that is being consumed in the whole of the country. So it's a major game changer. It's a significant opportunity, and I'm really, really excited on what we can achieve working together both for Nigeria and for Africa as a continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ed Ubong, the Director, Decade of Gas Secretariat, reading us some of the laudable achievements since the Secretariat came to existence and since the coming of this administration. Moving on now to the man who he gave a lot of credit to for leadership, for vision, and indeed for staying the course since the Secretariat was created. And that is the Honorable Minister of State, Petroleum Resources, Gas. Let's welcome him for his address this morning, the Right Honorable Obogeme Ekperipe Egbo.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It seems today the hall is not filled to capacity like it happened yesterday. But this is the direction that we need to go. However, I'm really impressed that the people that I'm seeing in the hall today are the people that will make this gas evolution a reality in our country, our continent, and present Nigeria as a hub. Thank you very much. The representative of the NMDPRA, NUPRC, NCDMB, the Decade of Gas, Dr. Nnpc, other critical stakeholders, gas producers that are here. Good morning. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today is our day, the day of gas. and the future of Nigeria, the future of the world. And when we talk about global energy transition, we talk about gas. And when you come to Africa, Nigeria stands out as number one. So we are the ones to take the lead. And I'm confident with the people that I'm seeing here. And from what the Decade of Gas has just said, you know that we are heading towards somewhere. How I wish I will mature to a level where I can just stand and speak like the Decade of Gas coordinator without looking at any document. But for purpose of records, and so that tomorrow they will not say, the Minister of Gas, what he was saying or talking was out of point. I decided to put it on records and read it out so that we can make reference to it. So you are welcome, and thank you for being active participants. It is with great honor and privilege that I stand before you today to address this esteemed gathering on a topic of utmost importance: the role of policy in driving Africa's gas evolution, challenges and opportunities. I extend my deepest gratitude to the organizers for providing a platform to deliberate on Africa's gas potential and the policies shaping its trajectory. Africa's gas revolution is unfolding, presenting us with a transformative opportunity to redefine our continent's energy and industrial landscape. With over 600 trillion cubic feet of proven natural gas reserves, Africa holds the key to energy security, economic diversification, and sustainable industrialization. However, unlocking this potential requires more than just resources. It demands a robust and strategic policy framework that fosters investment, innovation, and infrastructure development. Policy is the cornerstone of any successful energy transition. For Africa, well-designed policies will enable us to harness our vast gas resources effectively, ensuring that they contribute to economic growth, job creation, and regional energy security. The policy imperative that must be prioritized include clear regulatory frameworks, infrastructure development, local content capacity building, sustainable environmental policies, and regional integration and trade policies. Investors require certainty and stability. Regulatory clarity will encourage local and foreign investors in the gas exploration, production, processing, and distribution. For us in Nigeria's gas sector, the Petroleum Industry Act, PIA 2021, served as a model for regulatory reforms aimed at enhancing transparency and efficiency in the sector. In terms of infrastructure development, the expansion of liquefied natural gas (LNG) terminals, pipelines, and domestic gas distribution network is critical. Government across the continent must adopt policies that incentivize public-private partnership to accelerate infrastructure development, ensuring that gas reaches both domestic and for export markets. Africa's gas revolution must be inclusive. Policies must prioritize local participation, ensuring that indigenous businesses and professionals are actively involved in the gas value chain to enhance local content and capacity building. As we promote gas as a cleaner alternative to coal and oil, we must ensure that our policies align with global climate commitments. These include implementing sustainable environmental policies like reducing gas flaring, adopting carbon capture technologies, and incentivizing green energy projects. On regional integration and trade policies, the African Continental Free Trade Area policies presents an opportunity to enhance intra-Africa trade in gas and energy products. Policies must encourage cross-border infrastructure projects and regulatory harmonization to create a unified energy market. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while the opportunities are vast, we must face, acknowledge, and address the challenges that could hinder Africa's gas revolution. Such challenges include financing constraint, security and stability, infrastructure deficit, domestic gas market development, among others. It is a well-known fact that large-scale gas projects require significant capital investment, yet access to finance remains a challenge of many African nations. Innovative financing models, including gas monetization schemes and blended finances, must be explored. Political instability and security concerns is key to gas-producing regions, which pose risk to investment. Strengthening governance and enhancing security framework are very crucial and critical. Infrastructure deficit remains a major challenge across the continent. Inadequate gas transportation and processing infrastructure limits the sector's growth. Government must prioritize infrastructure expansion and maintenance. Domestic gas markets are still evolving. Policies should focus on stimulating demand through gas-to-power initiatives, industrialization programs, and gas-based manufacturing initiatives. Despite these challenges, Africa's gas revolution presents immense opportunity that we must seize. Africa is poised to become a major LNG supplier with projects in Nigeria, Mozambique, and Senegal attracting global interest. Supporting LNG development will enhance export earnings and strengthen global energy partnerships. Gas-to-power solution presents another homogeneous opportunity. Increasing gas-fired power generation will improve electricity access, drive industrialization, and enhance economic productivity. Domestic gas utilization will spur the growth of petrochemicals, fertilizers, and other gas-dependent industries, thereby creating jobs and boosting our GDP. Diversifying our energy mix with gas will reduce dependence on imports, stabilize energy prices, and ensure a reliable power supply for households and businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of Africa's gas sector is in our hands. It is a collective responsibility. As policymakers, industry leaders, and stakeholders, we have a collective responsibility to create an enabling environment that fosters sustainable gas development. Through strategic policies, regional collaboration, and innovative solutions, we can transform Africa into a global energy powerhouse. Nigeria remains committed to championing policies that unlock the full potential of our gas resources while ensuring economic prosperity and environmental sustainability. Let us work together to pave the path for Africa's energy and industrial revolution. The time has come. The time is now. Let us rise up and take our destiny in our hands. Thank you very much, and God bless all of you.
The time has come. The time is now. Let's rise and take our destinies in our hands. Drew, baby Drew, more like it. Another round of applause for the Honorable Minister of State Petroleum Resources, Gas. Speaking of stakeholders who work with the ministers, you know, in our industry, we have three ministers. We have the Minister of Petroleum Resources, we have the Minister of State Oil, State Gas. And there are a group of people who work with them to make all of these things seamless, to help drive these conversations beyond just talk shops and bringing these policies to life. And they are the directors of the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, and I'd like to acknowledge all of you who are present here. And I did acknowledge you on the opening day, but I want to commend you again for the work that you're doing. Please give them a round of applause. For the directors of the ministry, Engineer Busari is here, of course. He will be speaking on the panel shortly. So let's get into the panel. The scene has been set. The stage is ready. Let the conversation from the panel start in earnest. First off, I'd like to welcome the man whose company is playing their part in ensuring that the infrastructure for gas distribution is put in place across the country. And that is the Group Chief Executive Officer of ensurethe Limited, represented by the Group Head Commercial and Business Development at ensurethe Group. Let's welcome Engineer Chetao Okosa. Joining Engineer Okosa, yes, thank you. Joining Engineer Okosa is the General Manager, Total Energies, and Director on the Board of NLNG. Let's welcome Mrs. Florence Ilaka. Joining them is another man whose company is playing their part in gas distribution using their company's platform of Nedo Gas. He's also the chairman of Oida Incorporated. Welcome, Mr. Emeka Ene. Mr. Ene is also the BOT chair for SP Nigerian Council. You're welcome. Of course, joining them okay, go ahead. That's fine. Go ahead. Sit. That's fine. All right. The next panelist should please sit to the left of Engineer Okosa. Thank you very much. All right. Joining them now is the Executive Director, Hydrocarbon Processing Plants, Installations, and Transport Infrastructure of the Authority. Please welcome Mr. Francis Ogari. Okay. All right. Dr. Dukwal, okay, before I bring you up. Joining them is the Director Upstream, now retired, of the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, and currently the CEO of Muskalam Investment Limited. Let's welcome Engineer Kamaru Busari, FNSE. All right. This should be Executive Vice Chairman or Chairman of the Africa Energy Council. Yes. Dr. Chinan Dekwal, please sit to the left of Engineer Okosa there. Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. Immediate past Council Chairman, SP Nigerian Council, and the Head Asset and Investment Management, Nnpc Gas and Power Investment Services, is our moderator. Let's welcome Mr. Salahuddin Tahir. That way, yes, to the right of Engineer Okosa. Can you feel the brilliance coming from this stage now? Let's enjoy it. It's over to you, moderator.
Yeah, thank you so much, Richmond, and Honorable Minister and audience. I think, you know, I stand to be corrected. With this array of panelists, I should be the envy of every moderator. Yeah. So I'll just quickly, I'll reel the ground rules. So we have 45 minutes. And I'm specifically speaking to the panelists. We're going to have a first pass, 2 minutes, where you would speak on the theme of this panel session. Scaling LNG exports, the road to global leadership. And then thereafter, I would take the pleasure of asking you questions. Questions that would, I'm sure, meet the pleasure of our esteemed audience. So let's start. Scaling LNG exports, the road to global leadership. Cheta, give it a shot.
Hello? Okay, it's loud enough. Thanks for this opportunity. Scaling the global leadership, the road to global leadership.
I can help you. Scaling LNG exports, the road to global leadership. I also have to read it myself.
Okay,
I
so
know it's
definitely it's about putting the African footprint out there in the world. That's what it's all about. And for us, LNG is quite a good tool to do that. We're talking about making gas available for energy purposes. And Africa is, of course, well endowed with gas, and then the issue of getting into places where it is needed. I mean, you don't want to talk about pipelines, you want to get it there. LNG is the way to go. And the truth of the matter is, with what has been done in Africa so far and the potentials there, you can be sure that they share a large spot in the global market. So everything that needs to be done to ensure that the product, the gas is gotten from under there, compressed into LNG and gotten out there to the world, helps to put the African footprint out there, gives us a good share of the global market, and then we're on. It helps the internal economy of the African countries involved too.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Chinan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I think the DMD of Nigeria LNG already set the scene on this. He spoke very cleverly around some of the concepts. I think he mentioned, if you forecast to 2050, that total LNG market potentially will become around 800,000 million tons of LNG, 800 million. So between then and now, about 200 million new capacity would need to be added. What do we produce today in Nigeria? 22 million tons of LNG per year. So there's a huge market there that we can tap. So to your question, how do we upscale and make sure that we take advantage of that? I think there are a couple of things. One is, if we look at the Niger Delta basin or the Niger Delta terrain, to be honest, we're producing oil a lot from it today, and we're excited. But the reality of it, the Niger Delta is not even an oil terrain, it's actually a gas basin. There's more gas in the Niger Delta than we do have oil. So we need to start to wear our thinking hats on. If we have more gas there than we do have oil, and Nigeria has this deep leadership, Ghana imports LNG, Senegal, not now because of new projects, used to import LNG, and several countries in Africa import LNG. Is there an opportunity to disrupt that market by supplying Nigeria crude? You mentioned about Train 8. Train 7 has gone through, we're talking about Train 8. How can we accelerate that? I think these are the big questions.
Thank you, Chinan. Emeka, over to you.
I'm just thinking, in this room, like the minister said, we have a lot of passionate people, but gas is something you can't hold on to, like oil. And I'm just wondering how to set the stage, particularly because coming from the background of the industry associations, SPE, and the IGU, I have 2 or 3 slides to share. Do you want me to share it now?
Well, because of time.
No, it's going to take 2 or 3 minutes.
It's.
I think let's see that. If you can set it up, can you see the thing at the back of it? Okay.
So we just have 1 minute for that.
That's fine. I'll give it to you in 1 minute. No problem. This is Africa at night. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. You see, there's no difference. Africa at night, the first slide was when NEPA took light. So Africa at night is still not very different. Can you all see that? Next slide, please. So there is indeed a key insight, and there are three key insights. The first key insight is that if you are walking in the dark, you find your way by holding the hands of your neighbors. Does that make sense? Next slide, please. So therefore, gas is a handshake from the wellhead all the way to the market. You can't find your way. And the reason I'm saying this is because we are saying, how do we escalate and grow LNG? We can't do that without holding our neighbors' hands. Next slide, please. Just look at this picture. This is Nigeria at night. This is India at night. Can we see the difference? Next slide, please. So the second key insight is that he who wants to fly like a bat must first learn to see in the dark. Does that make sense? So therefore, next slide. If you look at the second insight, if we're going to grow LNG, we must grow the markets. We must engage in developing new assets. We must begin to be strategically positioned to partner with one another. Next slide, please.
So I think
I'm going to stop here. I want to stop here. Okay. If you look at it closely, our gas network matches exactly what? The lights that you see at night. And the final slide, please.
I think
next slide. My third insight, which I will end here, is because the bat is ugly, it only flies at night. Ladies and gentlemen, if we are going to grow our business, we must be creative, innovative, to try and get things going, because the bat is ugly, poverty levels are high, we must fly at night. Thank you very much.
So you know, Emeka, I think you stole the heart of the minister, and the minister had to speak on your behalf. And who am I to refuse the Minister of Gas? So, Florence, over to you. I hope you don't have a presentation.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Minister. That was actually very enjoyable. I enjoyed it as well. So, thinking about how to expand LNG export in Africa, you know, one of the themes that has been recurring throughout this summit is the fact that you do need stable, investor-friendly fiscals. And I think there's been a lot of talk about, you know, all the work that the current government is doing. And I have to thank Mr. President, all the ministries, petroleum resources, oil and gas, and the parastatals, as well as the Office of the Special Advisor. So there's been a lot of work there, and the policies are going in the right direction. But, you know, it's not just enough to tackle the fiscals. You also have to make sure that your projects are competing globally with respect to cost. So, you know, taking deliberate steps to handle those excessive cost premiums that are associated with doing projects on the continent, and also to be able to deliver those projects on time, you know, will help to improve your competition on the global stage. Now, funds now, being able to attract international funds, we need everything. So we need the dollars as well that like the low carbon alternatives. So thinking about the policies and regulations that will support a low carbon future would also help to attract some of that fund. Like in Total Energies, what we're doing, we've spent some money to put out all the flares in our sites. So the flare out of OML 100, I think that was announced recently. We've made previous investments as well to remove, to stop flaring in other sites on OML 58, 102. And even now, we're electrifying our upstream facilities through solarization, to reduce our emissions, our own emissions that are generated from our operations. And that ensures that we're still able to attract funds to continue to develop resources in the continent. So I think putting a bit of emphasis as well on the reduction of emissions would help to attract the other funds that like those sort of projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Florence. So I'll go to my Oga, Mr. Francis Ogari. Your floor, sir.
My guys are also here, so I salute you. As my introduction goes, I'm in charge of hydrocarbon processing plants, its installation and transportation infrastructure. So when I look at this question, I look at that we need to modernize our processing plants, our installation and transportation, if we want to be there in Africa. And how do we do this? We have to increase production efficiency too. We have to improve supply chain, like my brother Ed said. We have to reduce costs. My sister just alluded to that through automation and AI-driven logistics, which you know exists now. And we have to talk about digital twin technologies, which we as regulators, we are looking at all this to be able to put our regulations together. We have to talk about enhancing reliability and safety. N.I.E.S said it in his presentation. Safety is very, very important. We can't just set up scaling without thinking about safety. We also look at delivering gas at destination. I want to talk more about it along the discussion, but I just want to keep it to the 2 minutes so I don't exceed that. Moderator, are you okay with that? Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Engineer Busari, what do you think about this?
Good morning, everyone. I think I will still put on the cap of a policymaker today, even though I'm retired from the ministry.
Don't worry, we'll task you on that.
For 35 years, I've been on policy. But what we've observed is that oftentimes, policy, which is supposed to be the torchlight for everybody to see, because it goes, has a bird's eye view of everything going on. I will look at everybody and say, this is what we need to do. Bring people together, offer solution, then monitor, evaluate where are we need to come back together, and so on. The intent of the visionaries of the PIA, for example, was for us to have a policy institution, independent, regulatory institution, independent, and the commercial. And the original plan was that the 3 institutions should be able to operate independently, that is, have their own funding and be able to do what is mandated to do. Unfortunately, the way we are today, most of the things that the policy institution does is based on support from the agencies, which should not be. That means the independence is no longer there. So I think the policy institution should be strengthened to be able to continue to take a view of everything and say, this is where we are. When the Decade of Gas was speaking the other time, I was happy he achieved so much, and within the space of 1-2 years. But then at the end of the day, what do we have? The masses are still complaining of not having access to gas. That means we still have to go back. Do we need to do something differently to ensure until the masses say, oh, we have gas? All that we have done to date, and see how we can. All the experts will say all they know about making it happen. About 2 days ago, the NLNG operating 7 trains, and we're hoping to have 9 more trains. That's the narrative out there. But that presentation, I was shocked to hear only 2 trains are working now. So, and we're talking of expanding. So something has to be wrong somewhere. So if the ministry is empowered to be able to sit everybody together and say, how do we change the narrative? I think we will have solved a great problem. Thank you.
You know, on a lighter note, Mr. Engineer Busari, but I'll save it for later. It's remarkable how you just mentioned it, because I had that question. Africa combined, we have proven reserves, about 600 TCF combined. That is huge. Today, we are having a rush in the LNG market. America Australia, I can tell you, had a very good plan. They were implementing their plan, but it seems Qatar is on the speed lane. And in no time, Qatar, maybe by 2030, would have that capacity of about 142, thereabouts. So there's something happening. And I'll throw it to you, Chinan. Africa Energy Council. I don't want to sound like Martin Luther King, but I have to tell you, in Africa, we have a dream. And that dream is to become, did I get a chuckle from the crowd? It's a dream, and it will become a reality. And you're going to tell us how we do that. We have a dream. In fact, we want to have a platform where our pricing would be an index globally. How can we achieve that? Are you doing anything working towards achieving our dream?
So, thanks for that question. I think it's really, really instructive. So I'll just recap. 600 TCF of gas in all of Africa, 207, so about a third, is just had here in Nigeria. Just Nigeria, we have a third of that. When you look at gas leadership, whether LNG or produced gas, there's nobody who has the advantage that we do, whether it's infrastructure, proven reserves, connections, understanding, expertise. Nobody has that within Africa. So I think we are in pole position. And going to what you're talking about, if in the next couple of years, there's new capacity potentially of 200 million tons of new LNG that's coming, which is what you're describing. Qatar is having, huge expansions, never seen before. Australia, yes, but if you look at the US, you're 100% right. US are leading in gas, they're the highest gas producers today. They're also the highest oil producers, 14 million barrels today. So the leadership there is not in question. But you're right, Qatar are deploying a completely different strategy to what we have seen before. And honestly, I'd say this, when you look at Africa, for us to really take advantage of what's happening, I think we need to zoom out from Nigeria and look at it from a very regional standpoint, a regional point of view. So if Nigeria is in pole position and can produce as much LNG as we're describing, maybe up to 15 trains like he's describing there, the question I have is, should we have, controversial, Greater Tortue starting in the MSGBC, Senegal and Mauritania? They're also West Africa. Could we think regionally that we can have producing and processing hubs? And bear in mind, all that gas is going onto international markets. Very little is going onto domestic. Could we have regional markets where we potentially have Nigeria as a producing hub, and then we have, to your point there, maybe an offshore facility for reception of LNG, for storage of LNG pipelines that go all the way back inshore? These are concepts that we should start to think of right now. It's not rocket science. Other people are doing it. You look around the US, they have processing hubs, Henry Hub, like you mentioned there, they have an index price where they're selling LNG based on their prices. These are things that we as Africans need to start to think about. We need to start to zoom out from just simply looking at Nigeria. Maybe the easiest thing to do is start to look at the West African bloc before we go Africa. Could we have a gas grid that's West African? I think that's the kind of thinking that we should start to deploy.
Thank you so much, Chinan. And that is the reality about it, ladies and gentlemen. We have to start thinking African. It's very clear, there are proverbs about individual sticks in a broom. You can easily break it, but when you have that broom, it becomes very practically impossible to break it. And if we really want to achieve this road to global leadership, International Gas Union, right? You're a member of SPE, you're a member of Nigerian Gas Association, you're an active member of PETEN, you're a member of several professional bodies. What is the objective of these professional bodies? I think it's about knowledge dissemination, driving technology, and ensuring that we build a robust, the future, sustainability. Now, on the African context, because we have established that we need to work as Africa, what are these professional bodies doing towards driving innovation, towards ensuring that we achieve this dream, this aspiration of...
It's interesting, you know, in the slide I mentioned that gas is a handshake. Gas is diametrically different from oil. For an LNG project to mature, you literally have to start from the end and work back to the beginning. Yeah, you need to establish your markets and then justify your FID at the end of the day. Professional bodies like the IGU, the SPE, and so on, and the NGA, essentially help to accelerate that process. Number one, you cannot launch a gas project. You cannot build a hub or a grid without having all the interconnections agreed. Talk to the West African gas pipeline, and you see all the agreements and discussions that had to take place over an extended period of time to have that happen. The professional bodies drive innovation, research and development in terms of more efficient ways to transport and produce. LNG has a key advantage. It allows you to deploy energy, high-intense energy, at a distance, right? And in some way, escape the infrastructure that you need, particularly for an African continent that is pretty dark, and you need to develop. So, innovation, driving networking, which is so critical to having the growth of energy across Africa. Breaking down projects. We've been talking about extended EU helps to promote that. But one fundamental thing we need to appreciate is that where gas goes, light goes. Where light goes, development follows. And the reason I put up some of those slides is there's a strong correlation between the hubs that are emerging now within Nigeria, Ajaokuta, because that is a gas hub, you know. And so it's inevitable that for us to grow our industry associations have to play a very important role. Capacity, capabilities, technology, technical ability to connect is being driven by the SPE, being driven by the IGU, and so many other organizations. So if you put it all together, know-how and the ability to deploy and execute projects are really what many of these organizations serve to achieve. Ultimately, we tend to forget that there's a direct correlation between poverty and energy. And therefore, if we look at the 83 million underserved people in Nigeria alone, that is below the poverty level. That is the equivalent of the population of Germany. That is the equivalent, almost equivalent of the population of Turkey. That is like 10 times the population of Norway. If you think about it, to move our people from below the poverty line to above the poverty line, the IGU, the SPE, all the work they're doing, creating standards, advocating for LNG, common tariffs and things like that, will help move people, accelerate the movement of people from below the poverty line to sustainable living. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Emeka. You know, I think there's something that you mentioned here that is worth, deliberating upon. Poverty and energy, direct correlation. And I'll ask us to cast our minds back. I'm sure a lot of us go to our villages, right? And we have rural areas in Africa. And thank God for solar. Today you can have solar lamps where, street lights, at least in the rural areas, are lightened up by solar. What do you see there? You literally see markets growing there at night. You see the petty traders coming out to sell their wares up to late in the night. That is just a simple idea around that, or rather logic, around poverty and energy. So food for thought, audience. So I'll go to Engineer Busari, sir. And I'm still amazed. I'm still wondering, are you in my head or something? Because I wanted to quote Philip and ask you to respond. And Philip is the MD of Nigerian LNG. Philip was here 2 days ago. Okay. And thanks, Florence, for bringing that to my notice yesterday, because we were discussing it, and she asked, if I heard what Philip, delivered. And I had to go online to see what it was. And that's the reality of it. We have 6 trains, 22 MTPA in Bonny, Nigeria. But today, we can only run 2 trains. And it is not that the 6 trains are not available.
Yeah.
The reality is that there are security challenges around gas supply. That is the reality. The trains are there, the gas volumes are there, the infrastructure is there, but there's a security situation, a security issue. So, Engineer Busari, over to you, sir. Policies. Policies are literally like a moral code, a shining light, a guide towards ensuring that the right thing is done. So what kind of policies can we put in place to remove that constraint and ensure that not only Nigerian LNG, any other LNG project across Africa would be able to achieve its full potential?
Thank you very much. We know we have all the policies. The challenge we usually have is the implementation challenge. The LNG that we knew many years back, the community development aspect of LNG was superb. And every other person kept talking about the LNG model, where it operates from. The community. I don't know what went wrong, that the same community are now rising against your pipelines. So there is a need, there should be a check on that. What happened? You have to do a SWOT analysis. The LNG we knew many years back, the communities were very peaceful. So what changed from the LNG of old to the NLNG of now? You're going to run an analysis. It's like nobody is doing that. When you run that analysis, you will know exactly what went wrong and where. And like I said earlier, the Ministry of Petroleum Resources is the institution that is supposed to bring everybody together and say, what went wrong? NLNG used to be the model for everybody in Nigeria. We talk about it almost every time. NLNG model. Now that model, something is going wrong, and we're still talking about the NLNG model. That means we're not evaluating, we're not monitoring adequately. We're not giving feedback. What has gone wrong? Why are the people now rising and punching the pipes? So you really need to take the community development aspect very seriously. And I think the ministry should rise up to the occasion to convoke stakeholders. Even though, as of today, some of the communities are shouting and saying they have not seen any impact yet of the host community thing up to now. Time to start talking about the review of the PIA. It goes back to the same thing. The ministry would love to do that, call people together, tell you they didn't budget for it. So that means government has to be really, really serious to ensure that the old vision of the PIA, because I could remember I read the OGIC report some times back, and they were talking of fiscalized crude or gas to fund the directorate, the inspectorate, all that. That was the original vision. It was a child of policy. The PIA was a child of policy. Now, going forward, the implementation of the PIA and the continuous implementation, the monitoring, should be domiciled in the same policy maker who brought it about, so that they can look back into the archives and see what went wrong, even with the PIA itself. If we don't do something quickly about this to ensure that the policy maker is supposed to be the touchlight, showing us, bringing us together, telling us what has gone wrong here, what has happened here. If the minister wants to go anywhere today, he relies on the agencies. So it's not a good way to ensure that we achieve. Then we have the decade of gas, for example. We are hoping to achieve certain things before that decade expires. Anyway, what do we want to do with whatever we want to achieve? Somebody said yesterday that gas is the ultimate. It's not. We're talking of solar now. Solar in the villages is what is giving them light. So whether we like it or not, the renewable is giving the villagers light. And whichever village they have light, they will sing praises of government. Oh, they are doing something. Whichever way you achieve it. So we really look at this, and in terms of the energy transition plan, having a Ministry of Power, a Ministry of Petroleum Resources, a Ministry of Mines, all the money we need to do all we need to do is in this country. It's just because we have refused to take the money out. There has to be a handshake between the Ministry of Petroleum and Power. There was a handshake before. We used to have Ministry of Petroleum and Mineral Resources. Then we were thinking we have so much minerals that nobody in the world, no country can boast of. How do we get them to the surface? So we just get the oil resources, we share it. There is no way to ensure we invest it in the way, even the oil giants, the Saudi Arabians, all of them are investing in these areas to try and see. We have lithium in abundance in Nigeria, for example. We can be a leader, a player, if we use the resources to bring these kind of things to the surface. So in short, the policy institution, there is a serious need to empower it to be able to do what is mandated to do, which is to bring everybody together, look at the problems, find solutions. With the best eye view, not just the narrow view of each agency's or parastatal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Engineer Brosari. And I think you summed it up because I was also, listening to you and thinking of how I could easily sum that up. I think what you're saying is empowerment of the policy maker to ensure that the policies are well implemented. Thank you for that. Florence, drum roll. I'll ask you, Total. Total is a player in the Nigerian LNG space, as well as the domestic market. So in Nigeria, and let's be mindful also that we're looking at Africa, but then, as you said, Chinan, Nigeria has about 290 TCF 2P reserves, out of that 600. And we're a mature, oil and gas market. So LNG has always been considered export, and hence the theme here today. We're looking at how we can scale it up and lead the global space. LNG. Today, yes, we're venturing into only last 3 weeks, Nnpc, launched along with 2 other players, 5 mini LNG initiatives targeted for the domestic market. But in general, LNG is literally viewed as export. You're playing in that space. What advice would you give to the domestic market? And when I say this, I mean, yes, we want to get value from LNG. Sure that value is derived.
Good question. From the perspective of the producer, you need outlet for your gas, So in that case, you can consider that the export market and the domestic market are complementary. In fact, being able to develop those projects that, are export-facing, which may have better economics, then allows you to be able to sanction the other projects, especially if you're looking at it at a portfolio-weighted basis. And then you can then benefit from synergies across projects. In fact, a large proportion of the gas that is going to NLNG does, there are key drivers to allowing you to be able to meet your domestic demand. We benefit from the infrastructure that we have on those lines. We're able to do swap deals to be able to fulfill your demand obligations somewhere else. So it can be complementary. Then, of course, you have to consider also that the gas that goes to NLNG, another area where you can see mutual benefits is in the LPG, and it's been mentioned by Mr. Edubong. All the LPG of NLNG is going to the domestic market, and that's thanks to the feed gas that is coming from the Nnpc JVs with SPDC, Total Energies, and Oando. So you have a lot of synergies between both. But it's also important to grow that portfolio. And so talking about the incremental projects, at some point you have to go after those challenging projects like your non-associated gas projects and deep offshore projects. And that's where, once again, the fiscal incentives that will enable those incremental projects come into play. And, there's been a lot done by this government, which, I thanked the president and the ministries for enabling such fiscal incentives like the NAG one that was passed last year, which then enabled Total Energies, Nnpc Total Energies to take FID on Ubeta. So that's a clear example of how you unlock projects from fiscal incentives. But, on the demand side as well of the domestic market, we need to address those demand issues. And, it's vital that you're able to match your supply with the credible off-takers. And once again, I think I have to refer to the work that's been done under the leadership of Edubong in the decade of gas. So being able to deepen that supply market ensures that in the end, you can have a balance between your export and your domestic market.
Okay. Thank you so much, Florence. And, to cap it up is you have to find that balance. Yes, you're in the business for value, and value should be derived from all ends. It depends on how you manage to bring that value to the table. You spoke about fiscal incentives, a commercial environment. That is what makes business thrive. Investment opportunities, inflows of cash, because without cash you can't expand your portfolio. You can't develop your portfolio, nonetheless even expanding it. So we have to have the right physical environment, the right commercial terms to ensure that our hub becomes an incentive, an ultimate business destination. Thank you, Florence, once again. And Cheta, I'll come to you. So, OilServe, you are an EPC contractor, and you're playing across the African space. And I'm sure while you're doing your EPC thing, I'm sure you're also developing capacity, right? Human technology. Now, when we're speaking,
but unfortunately the technology to even do it within here, all around, is not indigenous to us. So we need to get that technology. And to get that technology, there must be a way to zone it such that you make a level playing ground out of it where this technology can be transferred. Okay, and we can achieve that basically through strategic partnerships. Yeah, so an indigenous company that is not into this, has not done this before or has done it just a few times, and then a foreign company that has this technology coming together on a platform. Okay, so maybe they have a responsibility matrix, and today in that responsibility matrix that has about 10 entries, the indigenous company is doing only about 2 out of the 10 entries, while the foreign company is doing 8. So because they are working together, with time, it increases. And so maybe you get to a point when the indigenous company starts doing about 8 out of the 10 entries and 2 for the foreigners. So that is a strategic partnership solve the problem. With strategic partnership, you're solving 2 problems, technology transfer and expertise generation, or you may call capacity building, okay, because you're working together towards the same goal. I'm sure that in the process of crafting the contract, you must have put some, aspects of it to address the issue of how they will be free with the technology transfer and then cross-trainings of your personnel to be able to upgrade as time goes on. Now, let's speak a bit on the personnel side. I know that currently in Nigeria today, quite a lot of capacity has been built in terms of LNG. If you go to places like Oman and the rest of it, you see quite a lot of Nigerians working there. They won't be there if they were full, so their cranium is not containing anything. Okay? So what we should look at there will be, how do you make the terms and conditions of working in that LNG space in our projects indigenously? How do we make it acceptable to them, attractive to them, for them to be able to stay? Okay? So if we're able to address that, I mean, I'm speaking directly to the issue of paying them well and making the conditions good and attractive. If we do that, then the rest will be more or less where the government will come in. And okay, there's one other thing that we need to do at that company level. You now need to talk of the accreditations or certifications you need to imbibe to ensure that your internal processes mirrors best practice. That way you standardize. So the way you're doing it here is the way it's being done anywhere in the world. That ensures you can play anywhere in the world. And when that is done, then you will now need government help in two directions. The government will now need to come in to make sure that the funding to do these jobs are available. I mean, different contracting strategies could be employed, but it must be done in such a way that I like the fact that, I mean, today we are talking about the African Energy Bank. It's a very good step forward. And so if the funding is available and accessible, you know, without all those GTCs that are peculiar to investment banking that are hidden, and then when you come in, you're hooked, okay? Make the funding available. Then the next thing the government will now need to do is to ensure that the right policies and regulations.
I think we need to. I can see Richmond staring into my soul.
Okay.
So
okay.
Just
okay. I'm almost done. So it's to ensure that these companies that has been able to take that initiative of forming these strategic partnerships are prioritized in the process of project awards. Okay. The partnership can only work if the jobs keep coming in to encourage the foreign partner to remain, and then let's have that transfer of technology and expertise and all that.
Yeah, thank you so much. I don't think I need to sum this up because I think you aptly did that. I'll go to, as I referred earlier, my Oga, the head regulator on this panel, Mr. Francis Ogari, sir.
Thank you.
You know, I started off by saying we here, the audience, have a dream. You know, but deep inside, I've always wondered, and this is the opportunity to actually get that question answered. At least we would be able to share that across this beautiful audience. So as a regulator in an African country, do you have a platform where African regulators meet? That is one. Is there such a platform? And if there is such a platform, do you actually discuss how you can regulate the African oil and gas space towards ensuring inflow of investments, the right environment, security, and every other spice that comes with it? We would want to know, is there something like that? If there isn't, what would you propose towards having something like that, a pan-African platform where regulation in Nigeria, regulation in Angola, regulation in Egypt is synonymous? You can easily move from Nigeria into Egypt to run your business because the environment, the regulatory compliance issues are all the same. We would want to know. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Presently, there's not a regulatory body, but it's something we're trying to push to the Honorable Minister. But there is a gas association in place, and they visit regularly and we look at those things about regulation. But I recall again, we have things with Equatorial Guinea, where they wanted to get gas. And we did look at the regulation. That's our first approach to it. And Mr. President was there in Angola, in Equatorial Guinea last year to set the modalities for us to transfer gas from our shallow waters because they have their LNG over there to work on. And those things, I think the Honorable Minister has a fine prints about that. But as for regulatory summit, it's something we will think about coming from this summit. Because to move Africa forward, we need to have synergies in our regulations, which is not there. We have a regulation focused mainly on Nigeria. But we also have regulations because on the WACP side, there are some regulations along the lines which we can transpose in moving to other parts of Africa. Already there's the gas pipeline to Algeria, to Morocco. Each of them have to pass through certain boundaries, and that's where those things are building up. This forum, or this summit, gives us that perspective that we can do more in terms of taking our energy to a destination where it's needed. During the course of this discussion, I've listened to quite a lot of people on this panel, and there seems to be some gaps. The gaps, because you spoke about poverty and energy. It's like a flip back on the hand. We have so much in Africa, which is 600 TCF. In Nigeria, we have over 209 TCF at play. And like I've had here today, too many moving parts. The policy is there. The policy drives everything. The interpretation of the policy is there. You talk about host community. Why was it not working? Why was it working before? And now, why was it not working now? One thing I got from that has to do with trust. In my over close to 4 decades in the industry, there must be trust. There must be will. And that's confidence. And that's all sum up to what our president is talking about, renewed hope. If the will is not there, we won't go looking for the supply. We won't see the demand or opportunities that are out there. So when you talk about regulation is not the only thing that brings us to where we are. Regulation is more of a guideline. It's more of a standard operating procedures that gives to the people in the private sector. So again, one of these things is getting forward means the PPP we all talk about, public-private participation. No one can do it alone. And each year we come into this kind of fora, make it more of a talk show instead of an action point. I like this time to see where are we going. When we started with all those gas we got up today, even up to train 6, I remember train 6, most of the gas supply were monetized on Bonga Central. That's why you got most of the gas for. And that's why the policies are that any project at all, which is oil project, which is not independent, must have a monetization. And that is what the Honorable Minister has been pushing through. In the decade of gas, they've done quite a lot to get up to 4.7 BCF. But I'm also adding 100 BCF, which comes to 4.8. In the last DGD requirement we did, we looked at a lot of opportunities. And to tell this audience again, it's not only the export side you look at LNG. We have a lot of people coming to us with mini LNG, with floating LNG. We even have one that will come in the UTM that will come up in 2027. It has even increased its capacity from 1.5 to 2.5 million tons per annum. That is an opportunity. It goes there where it's situated, it goes into domestic, and it goes into export. Earlier on, I heard about markets. And I remember what Disney said so many years ago. He says, build it and they will come. So when the Nnpc company talked about not having the money to invest, how did you invest in those days that we got up to the capacity of 2.8 million barrels a day? It's because the market was there. The market will always be there because our growing population, GDP is increasing, the money in the pocket of people are increasing, and what do they want? They want things that will make things lighter for them. We're all pursuing net zero. We want to cut off. Gas is a transition fuel, and it's also a transition energy. Gas is also a destination energy. For those who do not have opportunity like Nigeria to take, we can take the LNG down to meet them. But out of the market, if you can take LNG to markets in Asia like LNG is doing, and which they have commitment, the only thing now they have the stop for only having 2 trains working. There are so many dimensions we can look at, too many. It's for us to look at how do we energize this? How do we integrate them? And the Honorable Minister has been working assiduously because I know what he does. But we all have to take away from this summit that build it, they will come. The opportunities are there. 600 TCF is quite a lot that lasts generations after generation, but how do we annex it?
Yes.
It's not this talk. So I can go on, Mr. Moderator,
yes,
and listen to everybody.
Yeah, Richmond is still there, sir. Richmond is
Thank
still
you very
watching,
much.
So. Yes. So you know, when we started, I told you guys, I said I would be the envy of any moderator, and I'm sure the audience, you have witnessed this. We have an explosive panel. The panelists have been wonderful. I'm sure, Richmond, from your own point, I don't think there are questions that will be taken, right? Yeah.
Fortunately, no.
Yeah, so clearly, I see that. I see that in your body language. You don't even have to say it. So on behalf of this wonderful panel, I want to thank the audience. You've been a great audience, and we're very hopeful that the discussion we've had today would have a lasting impact. And as you said, sir, it's not about listening. It's about doing. So let's go back to our respective offices, our respective businesses, and make it happen, because it's our own responsibility. Thank you so much.
Just remain seated for a few more minutes. Okay, so you know that this conference is CPD certified, NAS Continuous Professional Development Certification. I mean, for each hour you've spent here since Monday, you've earned 1 credit unit. Imagine how many credit units you have. So you already have a first class. But take your certificate at the foyer at the end of today's event. By the foyer there, behind the screen at the foyer, you see the setup there, but that will be at the end, right? Now, following this panel, we're going straight to the next panel, but I would want you to stand when we're doing the family photo, because we've been sitting since 9 a.m., right? And they say sitting is the new smoking, right? And I don't want you to be smoking by sitting, right? So you're going to stand when I'm doing family photo. After I present their plaques to them, we're doing family photo with them, you would stand, and then they go back to their seat. When I now bring up the other panel, you can take your seat and we'll continue. Following that, we'll just go back, do the closing ceremony, and then serve you lunch at the end, and expect you back at 7 p.m. here by the poolside for the rave concert. But for now, Honorable Ministers, please, if you can present these plaques to them, let's welcome our minister to say thank you to our panelists. You're presenting it to them. No, just sit down first. He will present to you. He will present to you first. No, not you, sir. I'm talking to the panelists. All of them stood, so I wanted them to sit down until I called them. Engineer Kamaru, please, sir. You are receiving first. Thank you so much for your insight. Let's give him a round of applause. Engineer Oko, sir, you receive next. Engineer Oko, sir, representative. Hold on for now. For Mrs. Ilaka and Dr. Diwal, we don't want to fill your wardrobe with the plaques, so we're keeping the other 2 for you until next year. We'll give you another one again, right? All right, Tahil, please, thank you so much for wonderful moderation you've done. And then I would like to call on Oga Jamari. You will receive on behalf of the EVP. So Oga Jamari is still here? Okay, Mr. Edubong. Okay, receive for Oga Tahil. Okay. You'll receive your own first. Then you receive, hold on. And then for EVP, receive for EVP. Let me hold on for you. Receive for EVP, sir. Before we invite Mr. Obong to come receive his own. Mr. Obong, sir. So please, we're going over to the next panel. All right, family photo, if you are done with this. Oga Francis, family photo, please, please. With Oga Ed, you are not leaving yet. Oga Francis, family photo, please. Family photo, please. Yeah. All right. Do you have it? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Honorable Minister, sir, please present this one to Mrs. Ilaka and Dr. Dr. Dongo here, Chawani, Dongo. Chawani, the Kwai. Come. Do you have it? All right, thank you very much. Please, sir, to him. Thank you very much. Okay, so please take care of your personal belongings. As I said, it's important that you just stand. All right, thank you. So please, let's now welcome the next panel. Let's welcome the next panel, and then you sit down for us to continue. Let's welcome the next panel. First off is the President, Nigerian Liquefied and Compressed Gases Association, Mr. Felix Ekundayo. Can you please give me a round of applause? Mr. Felix Ekundayo, thank you. Where is he? He's been here since morning. Please come up. I'm coming. I will do that. The minister is calling me. Let me answer the minister. I'm coming. Dr. Jane Shimdi, please, if you can hear me, I need you in the room. Dr. Jane Shimdi. Dr. James Shindi, if you can hear me, I want you in the room. Thank you. All right. Mr. Edu Bong, you are on our panel. Mr. Edu Bong, Director Decade of Gas, you're on this panel. Mr. Oluwole Adama is on our panel. You are welcome. All right. Engineer Samuel Onoji, Ehigari Onoji, Principal and CEO, Petroleum Training Institute. You're welcome, sir, please. Okay, please sit. Principal, you're welcome, sir. All right, we have Mr. Olalekon Ogunleye, represented by, where are you? Mr. Salahuddin, sir. Please, now, please take your seat. Mr. Rav Bobo, please, sir, please come. Please take your seats. And of course, our moderator, Mr. Rav, by the way, is the MD of Shell Nigeria Gas. And you already know our past moderator representing his EVP, Mr. Nath Oyatogun is Managing Director of Aspen Energy Nigeria Limited. He's our moderator. You are welcome, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, can I have everyone's kind of attention? Can we all now just take our seats? Can we please take our seats? Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Dr. Chiwal, please take your seat. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Please, let's allow MD Sepno to take his seat. Thank you very much. The gentlemen and ladies at the back, please take your seats. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Wonderful. All right. Excellent. Please, one more time, a round of applause for our panelists. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. Mr. Nath Oyatogun, moderator, sir, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. You're welcome to this session. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to stand on existing protocol. Without much ado, we will go straight into the panel discussion. And the focus of this session is actually to look at the twin brother of the session we just concluded, which is export gas. Now we want to focus on domestic gas. And there are a lot of initiatives that have happened within the domestic space. The critical thing, which you will see from the slide presentation in the last session, is the darkness across the continent, and more so Nigeria. So we're trying to look at how we can power Africa's industrial future. Because when you do have a vibrant industrial and an economic set of activities, you are able to grow the economy of the nation. So we will now look at what different companies, different institutions are doing to make sure that Nigeria gets out of that darkness that was shown in the last panel session. So I have distinguished panelists here, and I will not waste time to go into, speaking to the team of this session, but I will go straight ahead and ask them some questions. And in the course of that, we're going to have an opportunity to actually see what we can do to make a difference. So I'm going to start from my extreme side over there, and I will go as the flow directs. So, Mr. Ralph Bobo, the Managing Director of Shell Nigeria Gas, let me start with you. One thing that you have done in your company is grow the domestic segment of gas distribution. And I want to ask you, how can multinational companies like Shell support the expansion of domestic market in Nigeria?
Okay. Thank you, Nat, for that question. Before I answer, I think it's good to give a bit of context. So Shell is a multinational company, but the business we do in the domestic gas space is actually a very local business. What I mean by that is, in our spectrum of customers, we have people like manufacturers of shoes in Aba, and people who produce bottled water, and up to people who produce tiles, building material. So it's an entire spectrum, but these are real people and real businesses in the country that we power by our business. So having said that, I think I'll also now mention about three differentiating factors. What differentiates a multinational company, from the independent operators. And I think one of them, the first one, is access to finance. Access to finance and having a good financial resource to be able to support your project. So if Shell, for instance, finds a project attractive and says this project is attractive and want to invest in this project, finance will never be a problem. We have situations, I have been involved in some transactions where we even a finance investment decision has been made, but they're still talking about financial closure. But we don't have that with a multinational company. The second positive or differentiating factor is the fact that multinational companies have access to technology and expertise. Again, speaking about Shell, we've either pioneered or used most of the technologies that is required in the industry. So if we have a project we want to work on, access to technology will not be a problem as well. And I think thirdly is just the global experience and network that we have. We are able to tap into that network to be able to solve problems locally. So if we find a problem local in Nigeria, even though it might not be an exact problem, we can find a solution somewhere in the globe where we are currently operating, where we can pick and come and adapt in the local environment. So those are some of the major differentiating factors for a multinational. The question now is, how do we leverage that, to support the growth of the domestic market? And I'll mention, so the first one is around investment. Investment in capital projects. Remember, some of the speakers today have talked about lack of infrastructure as one of the major problems. And in order to be able to do that, you need to be able to have the funds to be able to invest. What have we done in Shell Nigeria Gas? I think before domestic market became a known thing, we actually started the investment. So we, as far back as 25 years ago, when there was no domestic market, we actually used our money and built a dedicated gas distribution infrastructure in a place like Agbara and Ota in Ogun State. We also built in Aba, in Abia State, and also in River State. So we set that template, which now has been replicated, and we see other people also now building on what we have already put in place. So even though we are international, we're actually the most experienced operator in the place right now, apart from Nnpc, of course. But in terms of independence, we are actually the most experienced operator in the market today.
Thanks very much for that insight. Let me go to the next person representing the EVP, my brother Tahir. I want to ask, what role is the National Petroleum Company Limited playing to balance, the thrust between export and domestic?
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Nat, my brother. On a lighter note, I think I'll start by saying 45 minutes ago I was on your seat, I was feeling very good. And now I'm on the firing line. So that's what life is all about. Today you're on top, tomorrow you're below. No disrespect, panelists. Yes, so what are we doing about balancing export and import? You must agree with me that on the base case, the gas master plan was centered literally around growing the domestic market. But there was that caveat, develop the domestic gas market without losing sight at the export market. I was discussing this like 2 hours ago with a colleague. What drives development? The enabling environment, right? The right incentives, but most of all, the financing. Now, we must agree also that to grow an enabling domestic market, you would have to start from the scratch. There are a lot of challenges. And the gas master plan was passed in 2008. Till today, we're still, we have moderately achieved, moderately. We still have issues, investment, legacy debts. If you can't get back your funds, the funds that you have plowed into a business, you can't maintain the business, you can't grow that business. So yeah, there are lots of challenges, agreed, but the domestic market is still moving. Of course, sir, we were together when AGPC was conceived. Today, Ed is, apologies. Today, Effie, apologies. Today, Effie is the MD of AGPC, right? AGPC is ready. That is one thing. So there is development. Okay. When we started with conceiving OB3. Today, yes, we still have 2 kilometers to cross, but OB3 is pushing gas into the grid. When we started with ELPS 2, right? Okay. But ELPS 2 today is pushing gas all the way across West Africa. Now, all these are domestic. All right. Today, we're looking at 5 mini LNGs. I'm just, apologies. Yeah. But we're also working on Train 7, right? We're talking about Train 8. We're talking about floating LNGs. They're giving licenses to establish for projects that are export-driven. So that clearly shows you that the line of sight has not been lost We're growing the domestic market.
Okay,
Challenges.
Thanks very much. I'll come back on that. So I hear, from Ralph talking about investment and capital, and then I hear from you that we're still on a journey towards implementing the gas master plan. Let me go to my brother, Aminu, who is representing the Midstream Infrastructure Development Fund. He's the deputy director there. I want to ask you, what has been achieved by the infrastructure fund today towards getting to our destination?
Thank you, Nat. Thanks to Section 52 of the Petroleum Industry Act, the Midstream and Downstream Gas Infrastructure Fund was established strictly to de-risk private sector investment with a view to attracting further investment and then closing the deficit of infrastructure, specifically midstream and downstream gas infrastructure. It is essentially funded from levies from the sales of petroleum products and natural gas, and also penalties associated with upstream flare and midstream flare. Essentially, it's about accretion of the levies to be able to identify the right investors that will help close that infrastructure gap in the midstream and downstream sector. So far, so good. The MDGIF had invested over 100 billion naira over 6 projects. 4 of the projects essentially is to catalyze or create demand, especially in mobility CNG. That's why 4 of them hope to put refueling stations all around. One of the projects is a bulk storage facility, essentially to help mitigate supply chain constraints associated with supply of LNG and LPG in the market. And then the 6th project is a mini LNG facility with a view to add volumes of natural gas for supply to the domestic market. So by and large, this is what MDGIF had done, and there are over 100 partnership proposals being looked at by the MDGIF. MDGIF had published an investment policy statement that indicates the perspectives and the modus operandi for investment and partnership with all, bearing in mind that economic value and viability is at the center point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So by and large, what we can say is that there is light at the end of the tunnel. But we don't want to just wait for that. We want to take the bull by the horn. I'm going to move to something slightly different now, which is the academia. And I will be looking at Dr. Samuel Onoji. And I want to ask you, basically, because you are the principal CEO of the Petroleum Institute. Yeah. And I want to ask you, how can the collaboration between academia and industry help to bridge the gap that we currently have in the industry?
Thank you very much, moderator and my dear participants. When you look at what we are discussing about, there are 2 key issues involved. One, the industry. Now, when you look at the industry, I'm talking about the oil and gas industry, you have the facilities, the equipment in place. You have the technology that drives this equipment, and you also have the personnel, that's the human capacity. Now, in the academia, what do? We train this human capacity. We build human capacity that will drive the process. Now, what we notice over the years, I want to describe it like this. It's like a husband and a wife not cohabiting, and they are expected to deliver babies. Is it possible? It's not possible. So, the academia and the industry, they are like husband and wife. They must come together. If they don't come together, you are not going to achieve anything. Now, if I may even ask for that, How many of the research institutes are here present here now? We have very few. Very, very few. They are not there. Now, if you look at the issue we are talking about now, the collaboration between the industry and the academia, very, very perfect. First of all, you must identify the skill gaps that exist in the industry. There is skill gap. There's no doubt about it. Very wide. But how do we bridge it? I want to thank the NCDMB, Nigeria Content Development and Monitoring Board. Few years ago, they carried out in-depth analysis of skill gap that is in existence in the oil and gas industry. Very broad. The area that needed to be, people are needed to be trained on. And I don't really know whether it was uploaded to their website. If they have not done that, please, NCDMB, I encourage you to upload the skill gap analysis that you have done. Now, the academia, what we can do with the industry, first of all, you must establish a research centers. If there are no research centers, all we are just talking will be academic exercise. That's what we are just doing here now. We'll just talk, we'll get back home, and next year we'll come back. We must establish a research center that will address this issue of skill gaps. That is one. Then secondly, now when you look at the academia, we have a curriculum. The university is regulated by NUC, other technical institutes like PTI, they are regulated by the MBT. What you have there is minimal requirement. And I must tell you that most of these minimal requirements are not even achieved by most of these institutions.
Thank you, sir. I will come back to the area of curriculum in a moment. I want to take the next two questions so that we can then tie it up, but I'll still come back to you. Let me go now to my immediate past boss, and I mean, somebody you would always like to work for forever. I mean, you know. I want to ask this question. The ANO gas processing plant has been positioned as a key player in Nigeria's industrial growth sector. How does your company strategy align with government's desire, you know, to push gas utilization to the next level?
All right, thank you very much, Nat. Good afternoon, everyone. I have a bit of a fever, and I drove how many hours from Kaduna this morning, 5 a.m. First time in Kaduna. I never knew Kaduna is as dark as any other part of the country. There was no power, so hope I can get my thoughts. Before I come to the question, Nat, thank you. I think we were chatting earlier on that, you know, talk is cheap. So we come here, all the conferences every year. Politicians come, go 4 years. What's changing? I mean, we're blessed. 200 TCF as a reservoir engineer means we should be doing 27 BCF of gas per day. I heard the story on Qatar. I was in Qatar for 5 years, 2010 to 14, working for Shell. They don't cut pipelines in Qatar. Qatar went from some 7 million tons of LNG per year. They're going towards 144. So Laudin, you're spot on. So I think before I come to the whole gas story for Seplat and the issue we'll have to address, I think sometimes we try to avoid the problem. As a young engineer back in my days in Shell, working on upstream gas supply to NLNG, we modeled injecting condensate to gas because the condensate line went safe, right? And we all thought that was going to work. We thought everyone else is sleeping. There is no condensate line again. Now it's the time to attack the gas line. That's why the lines are being attacked, for condensate. So our problem is more of, you know, roads are bad, buy a Toyota Land Cruiser and then fly, instead of addressing the problem. So that's the problem we have. Now let me come to your point, Nat. So I always say Nigeria is my country. I'm proud of Nigeria, huge potential, but there are a lot of challenges. So from the gas point of view, I know, like Salahuddin mentioned, so Seplat bought the Western assets in 2010. Nobody wanted to invest in gas. Gas was about 10 cents per MMBT or 1,000 SCOF. But we saw the future. We saw gas was going to be a big potential resource. I started investing. We expanded Oben gas plant from Shell, was 90 million SCOF of gas per day to 375, that's about $200 million investment. And then went on to build Sapele gas plant, $250 million. It's 85 million scof of gas per day process capacity. Just came on production Q4 last year. And now I'll deliver Anna at about, people see $700 million, but it's about $800 million. So it is a fantastic project, but a lot of issues. And issues in the sense, like I did mention, is investors need to take a long-term view about the country. You got to take risk. The problem with a lot of investors, they come in here, whenever something happens, everybody disappears. We have to believe in our country. We've got to take a long-term view, and that's what Seplat has done, to say, okay, we understand the short-term challenges, but we'll have a view about the future. We'll have a view about the energy mix. You have a belief about the future, then you start investing. Of course, you take that's risk. One of what I can't sleep now, I can tell you, I'm just at the tail end of starting the gas plant, the N.I.E.S plant you talked about. There's no line for me to export the gas. We've been working on this project for the past 4 or 5 years. I'm ready. I have $800 million kit, just waiting for OB3. So it is real, colleagues. The issues are quite complex and very challenging, but eventually I know we'll get around it. And so that's Seplat's view. Seplat's view is about the future, which is why we've always bidded for lots of assets, whether it's the Amazon, ML17, the MPNU we just got as well. Dotun is here, lots of gas in MPNU. So it comes down, in my view, the NAV through. We can say all the nice thing and talk, all the good talk. It means nothing. Yes, there's gas. You got to look for the market. You build infrastructure, and then you sign agreements. If you can't do all this stuff, we can speak all the nice grammar, just wasting your time. Politicians are gone by 2027, right? Yeah. From next year, government shuts down. Yeah. Start talking about 2027. So I think it's about investment, it's about being real, it's about addressing the real fundamental issues. And it's only investors that can do this, not government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So essentially, we need to get the private sector involved. We need to actualize policies, not just talk show. That's what I can glean from your summary. Now, let me come to my brother, Felix Kundai, who is leading the Nigerian Liquefied and Compressed Gas Association. In the previous administration, you did a lot of work towards expanding the footprint of LPG as cooking gas. Let me ask you very quickly, what strategies do you think can accelerate all the good work that has been done to ensure that we can adopt LPG as cooking gas, and also the thought towards deepening the penetration of CNG?
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks for the question. I will start by addressing a different question. You say he's your immediate past boss. With $800 million, I want him to be my immediate present boss. But joking aside, on the Nigeria Liquefied and Compressed Gases Association side, we've done a lot of work in terms of pushing for gas into market. So I've come unscripted, but what I wanted to discuss, I was thinking, what's the theme? What do I want to get out of this? And for me, it's about productivity and efficiency. You can be productive without being efficient. You can be efficient without being productive. And this applies across all levels in the industry. I will digress. I like anecdotes. So a friend of mine recently got an artisan to do work for him. And I'm using this because everybody will have gone through this. Do work for me, build a structure. So artisan builds it, finishes it, paints it, and he comes in and he says, Mr. Man, this thing does not look straight. The artisan says, oh God, this thing is straight. He says, no, this thing is not straight. He says, oh God, if you bend your head like this. So that's an artist, that is a productive, he has produced something, but it's not fit for purpose. It wasn't an efficient process because he has to redo it, okay? We see this quite a lot in terms of in the market, okay? We hear the story of Nigeria is an oil zone, is a gas zone. I would like to go further and say it's a people zone. Our biggest resource are the people. But if that population does not generate demand, cannot generate demand, cannot be productive, cannot be efficient, we have a big, big problem. And part of our challenge is to help stimulate that demand. We can't assume that because the people are there, they will consume. We have to help stimulate that demand. We have to push for productivity in terms of delivering many of these projects, and also when the projects are developed, that you can consume whatever they're producing. So I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you very much. So, Dr. Onoji, let me come back to you now. How quickly do you think the issue of the curriculum, because I heard you clearly when you were going into the curriculum, and I said I'll come back to you. How quickly can that be resolved? And what assistance do you need, to actualize that? Very briefly.
The issue of curriculum, like I said earlier, the industry, the skill gaps identified in the industry, we have known them already. Now, what can be done is that the curriculum should be reviewed in line with the identified skill gap, so that the trainee or the students can be properly trained in line with what has been identified, the skill gap that has already been identified. Once that is done, at least when the students are trained, they become more employable compared to when, because you have already identified the skill gap, what is missing, and you will produce it. That means there must be curriculum review by the institution in line with the identified skill gap. The other area is that we should also involve the students or the training in internship. Take them to the plants, spend some time there, and bring them back to the classroom. Another area we're also looking at is the trainer, who are essentially the lecturers. They need to go to the plant, update their knowledge, have a hands-on training that will enhance their teaching and research activities. Then we can also bring people, the industry experts from the industry. They will have to come to the research institute. You understand? You cannot come to the research institute, have engagement with the lecturer, have engagement with the students. By so doing, that is a form of knowledge sharing.
Thank you very much.
In doing that, they can also identify, because there are some students or trainees that are talented. You can identify them. They could be able, even from that process, they can be a career change. Okay. So these are some of the things that we need to do. Then there must also be research, identify problems in the industry, and carry out specific research, industry-based research in that area. When you do that, your research funding can be patented and you commercialize, and that will create job and opportunity for the TB youths.
Please, let's put our hands together for that. Thank you very much. Let me go back to you, my brother Aminu Hassan. Now, given the fact that a lot of projects are lined up under the midstream, downstream infrastructure fund, I want to now ask you, how can people access, what are the financial models that can be leveraged upon to ensure that we adequately fund the gas supply chain and make sure that we're not just talking, but we're actually walking the talk?
Thank you once again, Nat. Midstream and downstream gas infrastructures are characterized by very high development and asset replacement costs. Because of that, the conventional wisdom is to go for low-cost, moratorium-enabled financing options. But this looks like theory. The reality about it is that, how do you access that? The multilateral financing agencies and institutions might not be so available to make that possible for Nigerian investors. We have Bank of Industry that is overwhelmed with too many calls for investment for those low-interest financing. However, we notice something very prevalent that is working. Asset-based debt financing tied to equity, where EPC companies or manufacturers of equipment supply equipment to their partners as debt while retaining some equity. As this debt is repaid off, their equity holdings gradually is diluted. This seems to be working because the interest rate is typically between 5 and 8%, with the same range of timeline for payment. This is working, and we see it as a veritable option. One other option is phasing of projects, whereby the cash flow from the initial phase that has been that is operational can now fund expansion and retrofit. So these are two critical pointers that, without focusing strictly on raising high capital funding, that you can get projects quickly done in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Felix, let me come back to you. What additional policy changes or incentives do you think is required to ensure that we can sustain, the penetration of LPG and CNG within the sector?
I think, again, to speak to that point, I think we actually already have sufficient policies and regulations to achieve that. I have to be honest with you, we don't want to go too far down that line. To delve a little bit deeper into the question I mentioned earlier, if we want LPG penetration or CNG penetration, we have a target, say 1 million, we say it's 1 million vehicles, we say it's so many million cylinders. Okay, there must be a tangible approach to getting that done. Also, what's the supply chain to it? We've got many manufacturing plants that have been built, but don't have capacity. Not in terms of production capacity, there's no output. The demand is not there, right? So it's clear that people have gone out, they've borrowed money, right? And we have members like that in our association. But they're not seeing the demand side, which is why in my opening statement I was talking about demand stimulation. I think we need to move away from thinking it's regulation, 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 to seeing how we can generate demand. Now, we know of several projects that are in operation. What we tend to find in the industry is that, first of all, it's a very sticky operating environment in that it takes a lot longer to deliver projects than is required. So if we have 20,000 vehicles to convert, or 1 million vehicles to convert, my little anecdote about the artisan, if the artisan takes forever to do it or has to do repeat jobs, we have a problem. Our timeline to execution is a challenge. So in closing, I wouldn't focus on the regulatory side or the policy side anymore. I would actually focus effort on demand stimulation and also capacity building, so we don't have this constant recycle. And then measure that. We have 1 million vehicles to convert. We have 10 million cylinders to inject. How many did we do? What went wrong? And then go and reiterate it. I think that aspect is where we would rather see focus on, as opposed to additional policies and regulations.
Thank you so much. So basically what we're looking at is we don't want to have an $800 million plant sitting down, ready for commissioning, but there's no evacuation outlet. Ralph, let me come quickly back to you. What are the major challenges that you currently face within that space and that need to be urgently addressed so that we don't come here in NIES 2026 and we're still repeating the same thing? Over to you.
Okay, thanks. So I will start with the one that is very easy and quick. Because you say you don't want us to come back next year as we talk about it. So there is a problem of transparency and balancing on the network. So the picture that was showed earlier showed how limited the network is. But as limited as it is today, you still cannot guarantee that if you put a molecule of natural gas at the injection point, you will get that same molecule or that quantity of molecule at your exit point. And that's what I mean by balancing, which means that when you put gas, you can go to sleep. You know that your off-taker will get exactly what was put in the line. We don't have that today. A lot has been done in that space. There's been some improvement. So credit to the regulator, credit to the operator of the pipeline. But just so we know, I think sometime this week they had a reconciliation meeting just to check what's been happening in the network. So I don't have the figure. But as at the end of last year, the last reconciliation that was done, about 10 to 15 BCF was missing on just one particular trunk line. So what can we do in that space? It's around regulating behavior. So it's not something that requires it. There are some investment that are required, but the fastest way to solve that problem is to regulate behavior and we have the laws and regulation. The PIA actually has provisions to regulate that. We have the network code, which actually states how the network should be run, and everybody who uses the network, how they should behave. And if they don't behave that way, what kind of sanctions should be applied on them and all that. So it's there. So, but what needs to happen is just implementation, which is, that's why I said that's the lowest hanging. You don't have to spend money. Just implement the network code. That's the fastest one. All right. I'm going to just touch on infrastructure because a lot has been said about it. Today, the major infrastructure work project that we see is still being run by Nnpc. What do we do? I think Effie also mentioned that. What do we do to incentivize, private operators? Because we cannot get to the picture we saw in India with Nnpc being the only investor building infrastructure. In the local gas distribution business, if you are going to get to 5 BCF a day, that's the aspiration of the decade of gas, then we have to do more than what we're currently doing. Okay. Because you have to be able to move gas to customers. And one of the things we can do is to make sure that the operators of the physical pipeline, because there are a lot of incentives already in place for the operators of the virtual pipeline. But virtual pipeline will not get you there. Virtual pipeline will support maybe like 10% of the volume, but for you to be able to move that magnitude of volume and take gas to your industrial customers, you need to incentivize investment in physical pipeline. Okay. And that's where I would like to leave it.
Thank you very much. So one thing that resonates with me is what you are saying, that implementation of the network code means that we need to debottleneck that infrastructure.
Exactly.
And if I listen to what Aminu said earlier on, they have disbursed a couple of 100 billion naira, but that's a drop in the bucket. So we need to create a larger infrastructure fund over and above what we are getting from the midstream, downstream infrastructure fund. Government needs to take the bull by the horn and, set aside something for that. Let me come back to you now, Effie, in terms of what you have done so far and the challenges that are currently being faced. You mentioned that you're ready to roll, but evacuation opportunity is not there. How are you navigating the market and the regulatory challenges at the moment?
I think you have to look for options. In this current situation now, what we're looking at is, in view of the challenge with NLNG, we started looking at potential supply to NLNG as well. Because if you look at the Imo State where ANO is located, you have the OBOB ENI or Oando plant that supplies gas to LNG through GTS 1 to 4, if I remember correctly. I was saying we can come in there and also put some gas depending when OB3 is ready. And that's not about Nigeria. You have to really look at options and scenarios and model. You got to model all kinds of scenarios and ensure you have a risk response plan for all scenarios. And the beauty about gas, I tell people, is gas is, whether it's cement industry, fertilizer. Indorama is on my case. Indorama wants more gas. As a matter of fact, Indorama is really, they're growing and doubling their plant in Port Harcourt. They want gas. So, I mean, the land space is quite massive. So we're looking at other alternatives pending when, and I strongly believe OB3 will be delivered. Every mega project takes time. And when you deliver mega projects, it becomes a cash engine. That's always how mega projects work. So I think finally for me, I think gas is also a very interesting space to play in the sense that there's capacity for everybody. ASICO is playing in the LPG space, right? So you can build, everyone doesn't have to build an 800 million gas processing plant, right? Yeah, you can have big players who will build the big plants. You don't have small players who then build like CNG, mini LNG, they take gas off us or take gas off the big infrastructure being built by NGIC. So it's quite a very diverse space, and I think it's quite exciting when you look at the future it holds. It's just how do we address a lot of these sometimes short-term challenges, and we'll address them root cause, not address the symptoms. But I'm really, really optimistic and bullish that gas is going to be a real big one for gasifying our economy, either domestic gas or export gas. And the AGPC shareholders, Nnpc and Seplat are quite bullish about additional investment in this space, in the entire market segment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So just parting shot, 1 minute each. Let me start from you, Ralph.
Okay. To the note of optimism that's made by FA. So the domestic gas market is evolving. A lot's been achieved so far. But the stakeholders still have a lot to do. Speaking for myself and my company as Shell Nigeria Gas, I just want to put it out there that we are here to stay, and we are also willing to play our part, to develop the market as required.
Thank you. Over to you, Tahir.
Yeah, thank you so much, Nat. I'll just quickly mention, Nnpc is actually in a precarious situation right now. And when I say precarious, yes, in the past, we used to construct strategic pipelines, right? But I don't think we can do that today, all thanks to the PIA, because we are a fully commercial entity. Any pipeline that you see us engaged in today that is of strategic intent is literally a project that was carried pre-PIA. So whatever we're doing today is commercially driven. We also understand the fact that we have the responsibility for energy security, so we don't lose a sight on that. And finally, yes, the AGPC situation is really something that, yes, we have completed that and we're waiting for the 2-kilometer crossing. Today, the OB3 is pushing gas, at least from KP17 all the way to KP130. The fact remains, we are investors in AGPC. We are also constructing OB3. So we're hurt on both ends. And I'm glad that Effie mentioned optimism. We're very hopeful that in no time we would surmount that collective challenge, because it's an industry challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, my brother Aminu.
So as earlier reflected by Nat, the pocket of the MDGF is not deep enough to close the infrastructural deficit in Nigeria. That is clear. However, within the MDGF space, there's a key constraint in handling a partnership, and that is the gas supply side of it. Majority of the companies that want to partner cannot come with clear-cut gas supply agreement. This is worrying because the MDGF cannot invest millions of dollars and then the plant will sit down moribund. So the parting shot is, how do we actually attract investment? The speak all over the country is all about FDI, FDI, FDI. Is it impossible to raise capital in Nigeria? A large volume of crude oil and natural gas that is monetized goes to the pockets of individuals, investors, local owners of E&P companies. Must FDI unlock that gas supply? That's a poser. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Noji.
Yes, for the gas utilization and how it will generate energy for the African continent, in Nigeria in particular, there must be strong collaboration between the academia and the industry. Presently, like I said, the skill gaps have already been identified. You need well-equipped workforce, skilled workforce that will drive the process. And this skilled workforce can only be developed by the research institute, like the Petroleum Training Institute, EFRO. For instance, we have drill simulators, 6,000. You don't have it anywhere in the world, except the Petroleum Training Institute, to train students in such a way that it will mimic the real world scenario, what happens in the plant. We have them. We have a drilling rig in Petroleum Training Institute that can drill up to 60-meter depth. We have them, and we have developed specialized training in those areas. The institute is accredited by International Association of Drilling Contractors and Well Control Forum. And before the end of this year, it will be certified ISO 9001, 2015. We are in collaboration with JFD in Abadi, UK, to train dive medic technicians. We have been doing that. The dive medic technician, of course, will give emergency response to divers, underground water divers, before they are evacuated and taken to the conventional hospital for treatment. We are into that. We are also collaborating with the Sea Dog Commercial Diving Institute in South Africa. We have gone very far. Our success is everywhere. We are exposing our students to industrial training in all the major oil industries in the world. We are trained for LNG. We have gone very far with that. Presently, as we speak, we are about to train some staff of Edo Refinery and Petrochemical Limited. We want you to patronize PTI.
Please
PTI
put your
is
hands
well
together. These are insightful things that
Give
are
us your
happening
equipment.
down under our noses. Thank you very much.
Or use the equipment.
Thank you.
Tell us, we will come and pick them from you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Effie, over to you.
All right, for me, about 3-4 key points. I think one, gas is here to stay. I think we believe it's no longer a transition fuel. It's actually destination fuel. Gas, it's still not clean. Gas still does about 30% of greenhouse gas compared to oil. But gas will displace coal, oil, all these heavy carbon-intense energy sources. Number two, we're blessed. Massive opportunity. I know that needs to be unlocked, but potential means nothing if you can't unlock it right. And then number three is we need to focus on our issues and we need to address our issues. It's okay to look at other countries, how they're progressing, but they're always very different. And I gave the example of Qatar. Qatar sits on 1,500 TCF of gas, South Pass field that straddles Iran and Qatar, right? They have money. Qatar doesn't go begging, cups in hand, go to London or go to New York looking for money. So we have to look at our own really peculiar issues, address our issues. Don't wish. Sometimes I feel we'll just wish our problems away and pray. And everybody prays and go to church or moshalashi and then that. So I think that's for me. And the last one for me is, I always say that, guys, ladies, we don't have any other country. We got to make Nigeria work. So I'm very optimistic and positive, at least that it's going to get well, but a lot of challenges ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Effie. Felix, 1 minute.
Very well. In terms of closing, I'll say on the supply side, we, again, to state the point, we need to improve the speed of delivery on projects. Very simple. In the old days, if you had a project in the US Gulf Coast, they had a factor of 1. If you have it in Africa, then it was about 1.7, which means it costs you 1.7 times the US Gulf Coast. If you were to look at that factor now, which I haven't done, but I would estimate that it is higher than 2. The cost of delivery here is too high, and what we need to do is to be able to collapse timelines and collapse project delivery time so that things like the N.I.E.S, things like the virtual pipelines, all the stuff we've been talking about are delivered on time. On the other side, on the demand side, we're seeing demand collapse from socio-economic issues that we're all aware of. The LPG market has declined for the first time in maybe 15 to 17-year period. We're also seeing that the CNG uptake is not as fast as it ought to be. So we need to then divert resources to ensure, as I said before, we pump in resources to stimulate demand and ensure we achieve the growth potential that we have been speaking about for so long. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On this note, I would like to round up this panel session, but I want to leave us with 2 thoughts. Listening to the panel session before us, sadly, we heard that NLNG is only able to produce 2 trains right now because of vandalism, because of so many other things. And if you recollect, in the past couple of years, NLNG had always paid dividend regularly, which has always come to the rescue of the federal government and the federation account. So now export market is challenged. In like manner, the domestic market is also challenged. There's an $800 million plant that is ready, but no evacuation route. So The summary for me is that the federal government needs to take a decisive step. Count, it also impacts negatively on us as a destination for investment. The second and the final thing I want to say is that gas is not just the future. Gas is now. And for me, it doesn't matter whether you say it is a destination fuel or it's a transition fuel. The most important thing is we must do something and do it now. Thank you very much. You have been a wonderful audience. And thank you. At this point, I will hand over to Richmond. Thank you.
Please remain seated for just a few more minutes. Indulge us. Now, part of what we're saying, the reason we're able to have a bit of stability around the world of oil and gas is because OPEC as a body does their best in stabilizing prices. And every year at this event, OPEC does share with us their global outlook. So indulge us for a few minutes. Let OPEC share with us that global outlook, and then we'll give you your plaques of thank you. And to share that outlook for us is the Chief Petroleum Industrial Analyst for OPEC. Please welcome Engineer Irene Etiobiho.
So kindly permit me to stand on existing protocol, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I think I'm the lady standing between you and lunch, and I know how it feels like. I'll run through this really quick. For this year, for last year, I mean, our world oil outlook will be the following data I'll be sharing with you, starting with the short-term outlook to the medium to long-term outlook. So for global GDP, our forecast for global GDP this year still remains at 3.1%. We are expecting that it will grow with about 1% by 2026. In terms of world oil demand, we expect that it will grow to about 1.4 million barrels of oil. Year-on-year growth will continue in like manner to 2026. In terms of supply, non-DOC supply will top the chart, and it will grow by 1.1 million barrels of oil this year to 2026. And the main drivers for this supply will be the U.S. So for the pricing, despite improving oil prices, we still expect that global spending will be growing between now and 2026, although slowly, but we are expecting that things will continue to grow more than what we have been having in past years. So for OECD supply, we're expecting stock to rise month on month until to reach about 2.7 million by December, and then we expect that this average will continue to grow and to increase until 2026. Although non-OECD will see a little less increase to compare to the OECD commercial stocks. For the medium to long-term supply outlook, we have some key assumptions. We believe that the world population will grow by 1.7 million from the current 8.1 million in 2023 and to reach about 9.7 million by 2050. We're expecting that non-OECD region will account for almost all of this population growth, with the Middle East and Africa expected to contribute over half of the global population increase and global GDP more than double to around 358 trillion by 2050. We are using 2021 purchasing power parity. This is going to be about a difference of about 2.9% per annum over time. Then we also say that taking into consideration the assumptions I mentioned before, we are looking at primary energy demand to increase by 24% from 301 million barrels of oil per day in 2023 to reach about 374 million barrels of oil per day by 2050. And let me tell my brother, Mr. Ekong, that gas will not displace oil in the long term. Both of them will work together to contribute to the global energy mix. Oil will remain will continue to remain the largest share in the energy mix throughout our forecast period, which is 2050, and then the gas will just be right beside it, going towards 2050. Then in terms of energy sources, other renewables, we have the largest and fastest growth, adding almost 43 million barrels of oil per day to 2050. Natural gas increases from 21 million barrels of oil equivalent per day, driven by higher urbanization rate, industrial demand, and its long-term replacement of coal in power generation and heating, although oil gains almost 17 million barrels of oil per day between 2030 and 2050. And all, like I said before, all will continue, demand will continue to grow in the long term. At the global level, demand is projected to reach about 120 million barrels of oil by 2050. Non-OECD region, where oil demand is set to increase by 28 million barrels of oil per day over our outlook period. However, part of this incremental demand will be offset by declines in the OECD region. Demand in this region will likely decline by more than 10 million barrels of oil per day. In the medium term, demand will grow. Demand growth will be seen in China. For the long term, India, due to economic progress, urbanization, industrialization, expansion of vehicle fleets. In terms of it's clear that this growth will be driven by petrochemicals and road transportation and aviation sector. All demand in petrochemicals is expected to increase by 4.9 million barrels of oil to 2050, while for road transport and aviation, it will add about 4.6 and 4.2 million barrels of oil respectively. Non-OECD liquid supply is projected to grow by over 7.1 million in the medium term. Once again, the largest medium-term source of non-OECD liquid growth will be in the United States, where total output is set to rise by 2.3 million barrels per day in 2023 to 2029 period, up from 20.9 million barrels per day to 23.2 million barrels per day. Increase from there will be in the long term, DOC liquid supply will grow from 49% in 2023 to about 52% by 2050. So this is the area where we are all talking about investment. Oil sector investment requirements remain significant to reliably meet projected oil demand growth. Total cumulative investment requirement between 2024 and 2050 are estimated at $17.4 trillion, or around $640 billion per annum on average, all in 2024 dollars. The bulk of this is required in the upstream, where total investment needs are estimated at $14.2 trillion, or around $525 billion per annum. Downstream and midstream investment needs over the long term are projected to be $1.9 trillion and $1.3 trillion respectively. Crude and condensate trade is expected to increase condensate exports from the Middle East barrels of oil by 2050. The exports to Asia Pacific account for the highest share of the Middle East exports. So, at the OPEC, we have a reference case. However, we developed two scenarios. One of them is the technology-driven scenario, and the second one is the equitable growth scenario. Because of time, I will not go through all the assumptions that we put into development of this scenario, but we all know that after our scenario, we discovered that oil demand is projected to move consistently above our reference case level, which is 150. Let me society. We discovered that we know that the first was the era or the age of firewood, where we use it for heating, cooking, to the use of coal as a major source of energy for mankind. You know, the second was when crude oil was discovered, which became essential to our day-to-day lives. This discovery, above anything else, was very pivotal in technological and social progress. But we also know that critically, you know, there is zero evidence of transition of any kind. We looked at it in all ramifications, we discovered that global energy consumption per capita, however, has continued to increase. We have seen that other sources of energy will have to be added to supplement what we already have in the oil and gas sector. So we cannot tell you that any energy or any form of energy has been transited. So let's remove that out of our thoughts or any notion anywhere. I used to tell people that energy transition is not happening. What we are having is energy transformation. That is, we are moving away from a better way. So the energy systems of the energy sector is still a black box. And we are thinking that, however the strengths may be, they are still epileptic in nature, and cannot be used to replace a tested energy system that has driven global economy for over 150 years. I think with this, I would like to just conclude by saying that those of us who are here, we should all think how to produce all the sources of energy we have in a better way, in a responsible way, because all sources of energy will be required to meet the projected or forecasted energy demand between now and 2050. I don't know what's going to happen after 2050. I have not simulated that. But for now, let's think of how to produce our energy in a friendly environment, in a friendly way. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Let's please give her another round of applause. No, she's an expatriate. She came from Austria to address us this afternoon. Thank you. Thank you very much. Engineer Busari, you will do me the honors again, please. Just help me present plaques to my panelists. Please, can we give our panelists a round of applause? Again, thank you so much for your patience in doing that presentation. Mr. Ralph Bobo, thank you so much, sir, for your insight. There you go, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, Ralph. Okay, Mr. Adama. You're representing Mr. Adama? Please, thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so much. If you want to clap for my panelists, clap for my panelists. Thank you very much. I don't know why you're holding them. Engineer Samuel Ehigare Onoji, thank you so much. PTI Principal, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, they want you in the middle. Please go to the middle, sir. Forgive us. Don't mind them. Don't mind this photographer. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Felix Ekundayo, thank you so much for your insights as well. Thank you so much. Can someone receive on behalf of Effie here? If there's none, let's say thank you to our moderator, Nat Oyatogun. Thank you so much. Well, Agatha Hill, they said they don't want to cluster your okay, you can take for Effie. Okay, is our boss. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the sessions at NIES 2025. Isn't that remarkable? Now, photograph, please photograph, family photo. It is 1:32. At exactly 1:20. Oh my goodness, thank you, 2:20. 2:20, I'm living in the time because, thank you very much. It's supposed to be 1:20. See, I've lost time. I'm still in the time I had in my head. But thank you so much. That's why I have, see, my audience is not asleep. Please give yourself a round of applause. Great audience. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we're going to come back at 2:20 for the closing ceremony, and then at 7 p.m. at the poolside for the closing concert. So see you at 2:20 for the closing ceremony. Enjoy lunch. See you then. Bye-bye. Closing concert is sponsored by Nnpc Limited, but we have a closing ceremony at 2:20. Please come back at 2:20 here. It's a very short closing ceremony. See you at 2:20. Enjoy lunch. You know where you had lunch yesterday, both for VIPs and delegates. Proceed in same fashion. Please take care of your from the CCE, the other from the Minister State Oil. But before that, let me tell you of those who are already seated here. On the panel, we have Mr. Mele Kolokiari, of course, GCEO Nnpc, represented by the MD of NEPL, Mr. Foucault. Thank you again for joining us. Thank you so much. We have the...
Not only are the IOCs divesting, but this churn in the portfolios will continue for a while. And so we need to step up to fill that gap in a way that also meets our own expectations. And
that you support the industry is for the president to show his face. I have been attending the Egypt's Energy Conference. For the last 8 editions, President Sisi makes sure he is there, he takes notes, and he participates. I go to Libya Energy and Economic Summit